7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stifel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, look, the White Collar Hoosiers in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, good morning. How does that make you feel?
Well, good morning, Hoosier. It's nice to have Hoosiers waking up early with us.
White collar Hoosier.
I guess that's possible, right? You can graduate into a white-collar job if you're a Hoosier.
Jackson, you understand the St. Louis caste system perhaps better than anybody else as you look at it from your ivory tower in Ladue. Can you agree that a white-collar Hoosier is a possibility and not really an oxymoron?
Absolutely. I think we have to ask what constitutes a white-collar job. I think that's the first thing.
This is a white-collar job.
Right. Like, do you think car salesman, white-collar?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Then I would say then yes.
I think if you work with your hands, if you're physical labor, that's more of a blue-collar.
Jackson just called all car salesman Hoosiers. Do you hear that?
Really does.
You got to pay attention to this stuff.
No.
You got to hear.
This is what the mainstream media will tell you. What I'm saying is that I think a car salesman, white-collar job, there are certainly Hoosiers in the car salesman business, but not all car salesmen are Hoosiers. It's a square rectangle kind of thing.
Could you be a doctor and be a Hoosier?
Oh.
Yeah.
You ever been to Lake?
Yeah, definitely. You for sure can be.
But there's not many of them.
It's a rare breed. I would say that's a smaller percentage than car salesmen.
So we don't want to dox, but maybe on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
That's right. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates.
Maybe the white-collar Hoosier could dox himself.
Oh, yeah.
Say, hey, listen, I belong to the country club, but I drive a Monte Carlo that's got, curb feelers.
There's definitely lawyer Hoosiers. For sure, lawyer Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Like there was
like Bill Murray wearing the neck brace and Wild Things.
Oh, yeah. Denise Richards, Nev Campbell, Doug, 95,
I don't know the years.
Like they always show the picture of some guy's lawyer, and he's wearing like really loose jeans and a pair of like boat shoes to the court, and it's like, oh, I'm definitely going to jail. That would be a Hoosier lawyer.
The White Collar Hoosier, Martin, has answered your query.
Thank you.
In the TMA STL YouTube channel, where Doug gets bonus with gold bullion.
Uh-huh.
If we get to 6,700 subscribers this week, and we're only 30 short of that on the TMA STL channel. White collar by day, natty light by night. That's what he says.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of true to your
Getting there.
roots thing.
Yeah.
Natty Light, is that the beer of the Hoosier?
I won't say definitively. It's definitely the beer of the college student.
Doug, I think Norm Crosby used to pitch Natty Light, didn't he?
I think
in the
so,
day?
yeah. I think that's right.
Doug, wasn't that Bing Crosby?
No, not Bing.
No, Norm Crosby.
Norm.
But I don't really know what he did. Was he?
He told jokes where you get the words wrong.
Okay.
Remember, he'd use a long word, but it wasn't appropriate.
Okay.
Beer Cats is active in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, where if you don't have a name saved at 314-399-9646, from this moment until Friday, you can get your name saved by Jackson Burkett. Just say, hey, Jackson, I know I don't have a name saved, but could you please change my name to this? And if you could, don't use any of the 7 dirty words or any double entendres that could cause WXOS-FM in St. Louis, Missouri to lose its federal communications license. Those are really the requests. And then you got a name in there, 314-399-9646. Beer Cat says, I'll be starting a GoFundMe for Tim to replenish his account after that terrible advice from Gavin Burkett on North Carolina State last night.
Oh, yeah.
You're right, Jackson. That's one we should keep our eye on if we are interested in a quick nap before an actual good game comes on. I'm tired of it. That's from Beer Cats and Doug. Yes, I did lose $20 last night. And,
on that game?
I appreciate it on that game, and I appreciate it if there is a GoFundMe set up for it. So thank you to Beer Cats and Hot Wife Autumn.
Jackson picked North Carolina State to win or just cover?
Cover.
And they lost 93-64.
Yeah, kept it close.
I have to tell you, I wasn't paying close attention when you made the prediction. And then last night I saw a tweet, some basketball insider said the spiral continues for NC State. And I thought, what exactly
No, I
were you
literally
in
cursed
on?
them. I said
They've lost 5 of 6.
I think I said a week or two ago that NC State is like a team to monitor. They've had some surprising wins. Keep an eye on Will Wade's bunch, and they've completely tanked since then.
And Will Wade was the LSU coach, caught on tape, talking about how much and where do we drop the check off, that sort of thing. And he stayed for a couple more years while they looked into it.
Right. Okay. Yes, that is Will Wade.
Jackson, are you going to donate to this GoFundMe?
No, not 1 cent.
Wow. So Jugs in D.C.
Selfish.
gets me on Friday. Jackson gets me on Monday. Pay no attention to my counsel on taking Illinois against Michigan. That's how you do sports radio.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's called gambling for a reason, you know?
Well, there's some Hoosiers in this business as well.
Yeah.
It's sports radio?
Yeah, sure are.
Are you kidding? Are you?
Commissioner Dougie Vaughn. Commissioner Dougie Vaughn. We got a whole new brand, the Vaughn. You stop by. We'll take cash only.
You can get involved by calling, texting, or talking with your fellow listeners. Calling in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can also just log in to the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with old Bill Reloaded and the River to Pear boat captain who's talking to the White Collar Hoosier and John Scores. That's the TMA STL YouTube channel and the Michelob Ultra chat. And then we've got this Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And yesterday, on day one of the Schaefer Door Company giveaway of a $5,000 garage door or doors, or maybe you have a three car garage.
It's possible. Some do, sure.
Jason Gossrau at Schaefer Door is going to take care of that for you. Chet's neighbor got the win. Chet's neighbor, I think, is new. Jackson, is that correct? I know you have a database of all email of the day winners brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Over
I think Chet's neighbors emailed in before, but not often.
Doug, have you gone through the spreadsheet on Chet's neighbor and his?
Not today. I had that on my schedule for later this afternoon.
Or if he wins the prize, is he giving it to the neighbor, or does, does Chet get it, or does the neighbor get it?
Get to the neighbor.
Wow. You can email in and compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete and try to win this Schaefer Door Company prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It comes your way at 9:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's your Polos Plus dossier. Jackie Papers, what would you tell the people we have on today's presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jackson Burkett,
All right.
who will be starting a GoFundMe with Beer Cats to replenish my bankroll, which is now zero.
We'll talk Cardinals and Blues and
Whoa.
college hoops and some other stuff.
Way to sell it.
It's like when we don't have a guest, I just...
Well, this has never been a guest-driven program.
I know, but it's never been a planned show either. Just kind of...
Bow!
What about
did Polos Plus buy then?
that beautiful
8-2?
dossier.
No, they did. Look at this, what they're paying for. 8-2, it says more seam.
You like
S-E-A-M.
seam?
What does that mean exactly?
Baseball.
Oh, no, don't you dare.
This man hit a home run off Tom Seaver, and you're going to call it seam right in front of him?
You're
I
calling
will.
baseball seam?
Well, we're talking about it. Yeah, talking seam.
Gosh.
8-3, dump and chase. Doug, that's about
It's about ice hockey.
Sure.
You're going to really like 9-1, Doug, because it's even more seam.
Oh,
I like 7-3, college rock, because it's not just hoop rock, which sometimes you'll slide in an NBA nugget. This is college hoop rock.
Yeah.
Papers, are you nervous for tonight in Norman, Oklahoma?
Nervous, no. Excited to watch.
Okay.
Truly excited. The Missouri Tigers have become truly fun to watch again.
Yeah, I agree with that take.
Yeah, it was a little painstaking in the early part of the year, even when they were getting some W's. But now they're playing some good basketball. So the hope is not only to win, but continue the good play.
All right, Doug. Well, do you have a play for us or
was-
anything?
No,
Do we,
no,
like
no.
get our money back?
Nope, taking a day off from giving out any plays.
I'm trying to find the line here. I'm not seeing it. What is it?
I'm going to guess Missouri minus 5.5.
Boy, can I get my money back by betting the under on that?
You think it's going to be less than that?
Yeah.
You think it's going to be like
3-ish or
2 to
something?
3?
Yeah. Missouri's getting 2.5.
Okay. Getting
8 point.
Getting
8 point. You're off by 8 points.
Getting to
I should get you should Venmo me the loss last night. Now after that.
Kidding.
Yeah. I was thinking to myself, I bet they're underdogs, but then you said minus 5.5 and you're our ball knower.
underdog. I don't get that in the slightest.
You didn't get NC State either.
Maybe you ought to stick to seam.
What is
There's your chairman. There it is. Stick to seam.
I don't
Hoop nerd.
Okay. I don't get it.
Your thoughts on Jackson being off by 8 points on tonight's spread?
I might not be off. Vegas might be off.
So you're saying take Missouri? We can take Missouri, get points, and get healthy after Jugs in D.C., and myself, and you have cost me 3 straight bets. Never mind Robbie Avila saving my family's ability to eat by hitting that 3-pointer with about 30 seconds left on Saturday night against the Dukes of Duquesne.
I know Oklahoma is better than their record says, but I don't see being favored over Missouri. But okay.
They're 5-11 in the SEC. That's not that
I
good.
don't even remember the game at Columbia. They went to overtime.
That was 2 buzzer beaters.
Oh,
that was
the game.
Saturday
Mark Mitchell?
afternoon, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the Mitchell. Okay.
That was the day of snow throughout the St. Louis area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was part of a 9-game losing streak for the Sooners. But they've won 2 in a row, Papers.
Yeah, against Auburn and LSU.
Wow, you're dismissing Stephen Pearl. That Bruce Pearl's catching hell.
Yeah, as he
doubling
should.
down.
As he
Yeah.
should. Don't let Miami, who's undefeated, and let my son in, who can't beat anybody.
Well, now he's saying it has nothing to do with that, but it's also just such an unfun take. Everybody in March Madness, he sucks. Everybody that loves the tournament loves the underdog making a run. And Miami of Ohio, you're going to tell them they're undefeated. You don't get in. I understand you've got your metrics, but it's just such a old guard, stiff take.
There's a conversation to be had about Miami, but not in the way Bruce Pearl.
It was definitive by him.
I saw he did an interview with Dave Portnoy of Barstool, and he implied that he was saying it for the purpose of getting attention. And Dan Orlovsky somewhere politely nodded and said, "There you go. That's how you do it." And Stephen A. Smith said, "Well done." Doug, our industry now is the WWE.
It's
I say that with
Journalism victory! Yeah!
all due respect, because I know Larry is on hold on the Callier and Townsend phone lines. That doesn't mean we're going to him, by the way.
It's early.
Jackson, I saw you were leaning over to...
No, I understood.
I didn't see it on my dossier.
Yeah, well, it's there.
But the Miami, Ohio athletic director is a banty rooster now at Bruce Pearl. Did you see what he had to say to Bruce Pearl?
No, but I'd love to hear it.
Jackson, are you familiar with what's been going on here?
He tweeted at him.
Doug, he took to Twitter. Do you like when people take to
No,
social
you don't have
media?
to take it. You just pick up your phone and type in a few words.
You are flat out, and do you like that he didn't spell out the word "you"? Do you think that appealed to the...
Oh, he just had a
People
U,
hang out
a
on-
letter U?
You
I don't care for that, no.
You are flat out wrong about Miami, Ohio b-ball when you say we would finish last in the Big East. The disrespect is awful, and again, not spelling out Y-O-U. You should not be near a TV studio covering this sport when you show your true colors. He even slipped in a "we" when talking about Auburn. Nice work. Doug, that's David Saylor, Miami, Ohio athletic director. And Jackson, you call Miami, Ohio the worst school in the country or something? And that's where Buck Swope went, and that was your way to go after Buck Swope?
That was a
bad idea.
Yeah, I wish to amend that take.
And what would you like to say?
That I don't think it's the worst school in America.
What do you think the worst school in America is?
There's so many colleges out there, you know.
And why is it the worst school?
worst one?
To pinpoint the
It's
absolute
actually a
worst.
really good school. Like academically, it's supposed to be a
For
cool
sure.
little town.
Well, yeah.
Why did you label it that? For sports?
No, I don't know. I just said
Because to Buck
something.
Swope?
No, I can't remember my thought process. That was 800 hours of broadcasting ago.
Isn't Miami the cradle of football coaches?
Yeah.
Martin, is that
I
the side
think
of the
it is.
Miami triad with Sigma Chi, Beta Theta Pi, and
Sure, it
Phi
all
Delta
started
Theta?
there.
Is that right, Doug?
I don't know that.
Bunch of old
Your
guys
son
with
was a
wigs
beta.
probably
Your son's a
paddling each
beta. You
other.
got to know this stuff.
Well, I didn't do show prep.
Oh, okay. I understand. And I respect it.
Well, I like it when teams like Miami
Yes,
Ohio get in.
everybody
It's part of the
does.
charm of the tournament. It's a little guy with the chance to win it all if they pull off a miracle. I don't think anybody really thinks Miami's a top 15 or probably even top 20 team in the nation. But still, it's much more interesting to have teams like that in the tournament than the team that would have been the 65th team in or the 68th team in or whatever it is. Even SLU is almost in that same boat.
Yeah.
If they should lose another game and then get knocked out of the tournament, they need to be in the NCAA tournament. It's a fun story, and it's a part of the charm of it.
I was just listening to the Scott Van Pelt podcast. Chairman Kurt and I are big Scott Van Pelt podcast lemmings with Stanford Steve. And there is a school that is going to get into the tournament that has 0 Quad 1 wins. Now, Miami would also fall into that category, but a team from a Power 5 that is 0-8 against Quad 1. Jackson, you're a ball knower. You had Oklahoma minus 2.5 when I asked you what the spread was on Oklahoma, Missouri tonight. What do you think that team is? Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett, ball knower. Joe Lenardi, Jay Williams, ball knower.
It's got to be a team in the Big East. St. John's?
Nope.
Yeah, they're non-cons probably.
Can we have initials?
Am I right on the Big East?
Doug, do you think he's right?
I don't have any idea.
No, I'm going to say no. And by the way, Miami of Ohio would not finish last in the Big East because Marquette's got that sewn up this year.
Yeah, they had a bounce back loss.
Yeah. They're
tanking.
We're going for the top pick.
Yeah, they're tanking.
You think is your guy in trouble?
No, because I think he's had tournament runs since he's been there or made it to the tournament. They got to the 16 2 years ago. And for those who don't care, but Shaka Smart said, we're going to do it without the portal. Josh Schertz, friends with Shaka Smart, sitting in here, beginning of the year, and I think it was off air. I said, will it work? He said, no. I said, because
That's
everybody's adding talent.
Yeah, well, so what is he, the Dabo Swinney of college basketball?
I think he really thought, I'm going to coach these kids up. They're just, and it's amazing. The entire roster are all recruits.
Wow.
Kids they got out of high school. But he has said this year, as they're getting their teeth kicked in, we're going to reevaluate. So I think he's going to tell the administration, all right, we're going to adjust here on the fly. And the coach who got you the tournament the first 4 years is the same coach who's going to adjust.
Same areas.
No. They just beat Gonzaga, didn't they?
Yeah, but I never know home, away, quad ones get weird. Gonzaga?
No.
Can we have initials, please?
It's not Big East.
Not Big East.
Oh.
Feels like everybody in the Big Ten is beating each other.
I just don't see a world in which it's a Big Ten.
Maybe like an
SEC.
Louisville is 0-8 against Quad 1.
All right.
Expected to be a tournament team.
Yeah, they're ranked or were ranked.
They lost to Stanford. Stanford, one of the 3 teams who beat the Billikens. Rah, rah, rah. ILL 18.5-point favorites tonight. Oregon. And then you got the Billikens with senior night tomorrow night. And Doug, did you see this? It looks like it's going to be a sellout.
Yes, I did hear that.
Another sellout. How about that?
That's about 4 or 5 in a row, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 in a row.
At least, yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, I'm a subscriber to Stu Durando's Substack.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, winning and entertaining have turned the tables on attendance as SLU nears 5th straight sellout. So the first home game of Josh Schertz's tenure at SLU drew only 4,925 fans in November 2024 and was one of the smallest crowds for a home opener in decades. It was proof that the arrival of a hot coaching prospect and a phenom player was not enough to generate excitement. The Billikens drew an average of 5,966 fans in 2024 and 2025. This year started with 5,300 watching SLU beat SEMO and was followed by 4 crowds smaller than 4,500. I remember going to the Central Michigan game. That's when I became a believer, like, holy crap, this is on a different level. I realized Central Michigan is Central Michigan. All due respect to Anthony Stalter. Am I right on that, Jackson?
Just you got to be careful around here.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, it's already tense on the spread zone set, in part because we never win.
Yeah.
But now the attendance, SLU's averaging 6,750 for its 18 home games, and they will have 5 straight sellouts to finish things off. How about that?
He talked a little bit yesterday about how if you win, people show up, but if you win and you're boring, it's not quite the same, that you want to win and be entertaining. And he said, now hopefully we've got this momentum. He said next year, and so he basically said the first game next year probably won't be sold out, but hopefully we start at a higher number, and then most seasons kind of build up. People get a little more excited. You get towards your conference play. And he was basically saying, I think we've built it up enough. Now we got some equity.
Yeah.
Well, and St. Louis is thirsty for a winning team. The Cardinals are down. The Blues are down. Here's something that's really been kind of exciting, a team going on a long run. People have responded in a big way.
But also, I think it's with a coach who has a personality that you both like and respect. You feel like it's transparent. You know, if you take a look at, who would you say, I'm curious, this is me coming up with my own guessing game with absolutely no way to know, but the 2 most liked/respected coaches in St. Louis in the 21st century?
La Russa. And probably Berube.
I would agree. Now you go, well, they're the ones who brought the championships here. But I also think that one of their traits was, both with their, because their players would say this too, and I think you could say this, now you got to go back to the 90s in part before he was let go following the 04 season, but I think Joel Quenneville had a great deal of respect as well. He didn't win a cup. There was a lot of transparency with both the media and the fan base, but also the players. A number of guys told stories with Berube and the first time they met with him after they let go of Mike Yeo. La Russa would sit there, Martin. He would enjoy having Westerns on the television in his office.
Really locked in.
Spaghetti Westerns.
Yes. But we could ask anything. Now, he might chew our asses out, but he
kind of did a QFTA before every game.
He did.
He just sat there.
He just sat there, and it was oftentimes with like 3 minutes of silence. And then Rick Hummel would ask a question.
Bernie and Strauss were just watching the TV while Tony's sitting there scribbling like different lineups. And then they would just throw out random stuff. Strauss would tune into the Oscars. I mean, he would just throw random stuff. And then they would talk about that for a few minutes. And then the TV guys like us would walk in and say, Tony, got a second? Not right now. I'm like, what? You guys are just sitting. You're literally sitting here chewing the fat on nothing at all.
We just need an 8-second soundbite and we'll leave.
But he's watching a spaghetti Western.
And occasionally it'll be, Bernie, what do you think, Gant? You know, we'll move him down maybe like 6 or 7. Like, what? So occasionally they would weave in a little ball talk.
But I think that Schertz has that. Here's the deal. He pushed back on the Kellen Thames thing. It wasn't specific to Thames, but overreacting. And then, sure enough, Thames didn't have a great game on Saturday night. And, there's a method to it, but he also is happy to explain the reasoning behind it. And I think people appreciate that. I keep going back to, I barely remember the SLU team that was a 5 seed in 2014. I asked my wife that the other night after we went to the Duquesne game. I said, do you remember that? We didn't have kids, so we had the ability to do whatever. And I kept saying that they lost to Oregon as a 12 seed, and they didn't. You know who they lost to? Louisville, who wound up, I think that was the year they were in the same bracket when Wichita State was undefeated and lost to Kentucky, and Kentucky went to the Final Four as an 8.
Well, so Oregon was 2013 then because they were out west.
But they beat NC State.
Barely.
NC
I think they had a crazy comeback just to advance.
And that's right. And then they lost to Louisville.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
Yeah, right there. I mean, we've been playing the clip forever, and here we are.
Yeah, and didn't do it.
But, I mean, and then on top of it, nobody ever, we could misspeak on the tiniest thing. The Blues aren't playing the Sharks on Friday night. They're playing the Canucks. And all hell breaks loose. We've been talking about this, and nobody corrects it. Nobody remembers it. And now, and I think it's in part because of the personality, but also the likability, respectability of the head coach, that people are invested. I also think it plays a role into what you were saying, Doug, is that the Cardinals and Blues, and there also isn't a football team. We were a little distracted with the team moving then. But, that it is, relatively speaking, forgotten. That's a 5 seed. This team isn't going to be a 5 seed. I guess if they run the table, they could be a 6, but more likely in the 7-8 range.
But I do remember those games being sold out, like it being a thing. Now, Cruz didn't have anybody's passion. Nobody was.
He didn't really want the job.
No, and he would remind you of that repeatedly.
Well, it's just a basketball game.
Well, Rick got me to come here, and he kept saying, Rick, talk me into this. Like, well, your team is ranked, and you're on top of the A-10. Get into it a little bit. I mean, they went 28-7, 27-7 the first 2 years with Cruz, but they were popular. I mean, I don't think the building was full for those VCU Dayton games. They had the buzz going, but outside of it, there wasn't that next layer. If you have a winning team in St. Louis, you're always looking for that next layer. Is there? Like I always say, my mom would be like, "Why isn't Sammy Blay playing?" I'm like, what? Like when they get on board with a run or a team that's really good, that's kind of what. And SLU's always looking for that. They've gotten some of that this year. I'm surprised that number was so low for his first game. Granted, it was probably the terrible opponent was at Central Michigan. No offense to anyone, but Schertz. There was some buzz with Schertz coming here and Robbie Avila coming here. I'm shocked that number was so low.
Guys, Davis Payne, Mike Yo, Drew Bannister were all the same person. Look it up. That's from Bill Reloaded.
I agree with that.
Well,
Davis Payne, please.
likable coaches certainly help sell the product, of course.
But there's likability, but then there's also respect,
Yeah.
because we've had some that you like, but, it doesn't necessarily lead
I think the
anything.
important thing is winning. If you win, they'll show up regardless of who the coach is, I think.
Well, and LaRusso wasn't popular for a while. And it became popular.
2004 is when he won people over, even though they were in the World Series. But yes, that was the same year that a banner was flown over the spring training stadium saying, "Save our Cardinals, fire Walt and Tony." It was a good investment.
I'd like to have been at Limoncello that night to hear the conversation. See, I always thought 0-2 with the death, the tragedy, and Jack Buck being a friend of Tony's, I thought he softened, like in people's eyes. They liked him a little better after 0-2, but then they didn't win in 0-3.
Pedro Borbon, Esteban Yan.
Oof.
Well, I wouldn't pin it all on those two, although Jan sweat a lot.
You think that?
That didn't help matters.
Steve Klein always told me that Tony ran those guys out there to shove it up the front office's ass to say, "This is what you gave me? Here." I think that's what the governor said. He goes, "Oh, you know why he's pitching him?" I go, "I have no clue because they get rocked." He goes, "He's trying to shove it up Walt's ass to say, this is
It's
what you
shocking
gave me."
because they're like best friends.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
Alan Craig was furious with the Esteban Yan acquisition,
Well-
even though he was 12.
Jocketty did a pretty good job of bringing some great players here. He may have bungled those two relief pitchers, but he brought some of the best players ever to St. Louis.
Well, you better believe it. What a run. Cardinal Hall of Famer.
Yeah, as he should be.
So this is when we get our slew checks because tomorrow night, so they got Loyola coming to town.
It's not checks, it's cash.
Cash.
Doug gets 15 grand.
And I'd like to transfer that into gold bullion.
You got to get the 6,700 subscribers.
They can go 19-0 at home. Be just the third time Slew's ever had a undefeated season at home. Last time was 93-94 tournament team. Think about it, Doug.
I am thinking about that,
Okay.
even as we speak.
Jackson, who'd they play in the tournament in 1994?
No idea.
They played Maryland one year.
Didn't they play Minnesota one year, too?
Clem Haskins.
I want to say they beat
job he's doing.
Minnesota.
Yeah, that was under Spoonhour.
Yeah.
I was at that game. I forget where it was, but
The first year they got bounced, and the next year they won a game.
yeah.
And they had to play. Was that Joe Smith, Doug? I think they had to play
Joe
that.
Smith. Beer Cats just sent me $1.37 to my Venmo.
What for?
Basketball. I guess he's helping. This is, I guess, the GoFundMe raised $1.37 after Jackson's NC State advice. And people know how my family is now
Yeah.
trying to
Reeling.
figure this situation out.
Scuffling a little bit?
Thank you.
No.
That's tough because, as you know, I like to fire on divorcees in Clayton. So here I am on the air raising money after losing the NC State bet, after losing Jugs in DC's play on George Washington -3.5. And we're not going to talk about my play on Illinois against Michigan because that's sports radio.
Do divorcees congregate in Clayton?
Yeah. Actually,
They just kind of hang out there?
Attracted to it like a mosquito to light.
No fool.
like a moth to a flame burned by the fire. Was that Janet Jackson? That's the way love goes?
I think so.
I got the abs all tight for the video. Remember that, Doug?
I don't really.
Because
Sorry.
before that, she was kind of wearing like a businesswoman suit. And then she got the abs all tight for the video. Now, that'd be good return music.
Yeah.
That's
Doug,
the
were
way
you,
love goes. Jennifer Lopez in that video. Think about it.
Okay.
People don't know that, but now they do.
Well, she's not hanging around Clayton, is she? Because she's certainly been divorced.
I haven't seen her there.
Okay.
Text Han.
Doug, were you in Baltimore in 1995 when the Billikens beat Minnesota
I
as
believe
a
so.
9 seed in overtime. Scotty Highmark and company advancing, and then had to play the top seed, Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Tibby
I was
Duckett?
there.
Was Tibby Duckett on that team?
I think he might have been.
95
think he might have
feels
been.
about right. Close game. Doug, you still mad at the officials? They lost 64-59.
I'm kind of over it at this point.
Okay.
Interesting.
So they won it.
I don't. Did the officials
Is it-
cost him the game? I don't remember.
I'm
that.
just saying that. I don't know. I'm saying, so as a 9 seed, they won a game. Then they lost to Wake Forest, the number 1 seed. The year before, they did get bounced first round to Maryland.
Yeah.
Jackson over-under on the 3 local teams, and I say that with all due respect, of course, to our friends in Cape Girardeau and Edwardsville and St. Chuckaluck. how many of the 3 larger programs make it to the second week of his tournament?
How many is the over-under is a half?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would take probably the over on a half. Yeah.
So you're expecting at least 2 out of 3 to lose?
Yeah. But before
I feel like setting the number at a half is, you're going to lose. You're probably going to be fired, like what Sam Ace Rothstein did to that guy who wasn't managing the slots real well. Remember that? But he was a friend of the locals.
Well, if it's 1.5, I'm taking the under.
I think the number's probably 1, even though I realize that creates a push situation.
Yeah.
But a half is too low, and 1.5 might be too high. So we got to set it at 1, which is a ham and egg number.
Yeah, it's a push then, because I only think 1's gonna. Just like statistics would tell you that it's likely to only be 1.
Would you consider yourself a ham and egger?
Yeah.
Isn't that a boxer who's not very good?
I always thought of scrambling, like in golf. If like it's a 2-man scramble and you like go out of bounds and your partner hits one pretty decent, you're kind of ham and egging it.
Oh.
Doug, when marriage number 1 fails, their only option is Han bombs with a man 20 years their senior minimum, handing out scholarships. That's from Carlos Spicy. We are kind of laying things on the line. Who's he sideways with again? Hunchback of Von Castle?
No, the guy,
the Heimdall spreadsheet. Yeah, who's really excited about
Overbearing sports dad.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
And Han, you said, is the bartender at Bar Napoli. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
Doug.
Han bombs.
Sorry.
Jackson loves Han bombs and firing on divorcees. That's his move.
I've had a Han bomb.
See?
I don't know if I've ever fired on a divorcee.
And the same guy's there every
such
night?
a boyish look that I don't think that would really go well.
Yeah, but that's kind of the move.
I don't know. I think like
a boy like you is the Louis Vuitton of the aughts.
No.
For a divorcee.
Oh, my.
Look at me. I got me somebody in their 20s.
yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
My face is frozen. Look at me. I've got somebody in my 20s.
Jeff Avelin used to say he was a cougar hunter, and he looked very young, of course. And sometimes he'd fire on somebody, and they'd say, "How old are you?" And he'd say, "How old do you want me to be?" That is hot.
How is he not on a soap opera? He should have been on a soap opera. By the way, Tim, we can either look up the facts or just sort of crowdsource.
Correct.
Scotty Highmark texted and said, yes, Duncan, he had 30 and 19 boards. And I said, so you guys really locked him up?
But that was the official's fault.
Yes. So there you go, official. So we can go to Wikipedia.
We don't get our money from St. Louis University, even for games that were 30 years ago. That's right.
Couldn't have known at the time that this guy would be an NBA Hall of Famer, though.
I don't know. I feel like there was an awareness of what was going on with him.
He was a great
NBA
player.
Hall of Famer is a different level.
He was a
of
great
course.
player in college for sure. But
Mark said our tallest player was 6'5". That might have been Donnie Dobbs. And on papers, you're a little concerned if the Billikens, don't let me down, face a little size in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's one of your concerns.
That would be what I think could be their real kryptonite.
The divorced dads in Frontenac would gobble Jackson up. That's from Steven time.
The dads? I don't know. I might take a rain check on that.
yeah, I would if I was you.
We're off to Bricktops tonight and to see what the word is right after that Porter Mosier game.
And just like slip my number into the back of some guy's athleisure pants.
Hey, paper. Has Charlie Tuna ever called you papers?
No.
But you might see him if you go to Bricktop.
Well, yeah. Certainly in that small little district there.
District.
Why would a grown-ass woman want a man-child? No thanks. Sharon and Clayton on behalf of ladies in Clayton fighting back. And Jackson, you're a man-child? Is that Sabrina Carpenter, Doug?
I don't know.
No, I just think I have a kind of a boyish look. And maybe a boyish charm. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Carlos, we can wife swap anytime you want. That's from the recovering alcoholic. And now listeners are propositioning each other.
They don't care much about the basketball talk. We had some real fine hoop talk going, but all they heard was divorcee and Clayton, and that changed the conversation completely.
You guys remember the wife swap show on ABC?
There was a wife swap show on network television?
Oh, yeah.
I can't vaguely remember that.
It was like a thing
The
where
hell
they would
what wound up going on?
change, and then one of them they'd like parent the children and be stricter on the kids, and they would call it. But I think that might have normalized cuckolding in the mainstream.
I don't know that it did.
It's like a master's thesis all of a sudden playing out here right on the program.
They get normalized.
So these two would get together on ABC in prime time, and
they would fly
and they'd sleep together,
Swap
and then they'd
kids.
start working with the kids.
It was
It may
always
have all
awkward.
been a setup.
It was always awkward when they would get to the house because it's like, where am I going to sleep?
What if somebody wasn't attracted to somebody?
Well, I don't think that there was like a requirement that they had to sleep with the person. It was like more like, what would this be like if we like? It was like essentially mom swap, but it was called wife swap.
It was like a softcore cuckolding show.
Yeah, I think it
Martin,
kind of.
do you remember this program?
It was actually called Wife
I remember
Swap.
it was called wife swap.
Literally Wife Swap.
Yeah,
God,
and it was on ABC, right?
Was dying, but good for them for really
It was
putting
on
a puck
ABC.
on the net.
Yeah, I remember because like some kids like wouldn't let the kid have cookies or something, and the kid started screaming and freaking out, and that was like the promo they would run for wife swap that week.
But at its core, it was just a TV show, and I'm sure it was all rigged. And
No,
they
100%.
wanted the weirdest responses
100%.
they could get.
But that doesn't change the fact that I think it normalized cucking.
I don't know that it did.
I don't know.
Well, it's not even a cuck situation, is it, if you just swap?
Yeah, I guess it really more normalized like
It's so hard to
conventional
understand.
swinging. I think it more normalized conventional swinging.
The cuckolding industry is so difficult to understand. There's so
It's
many
an
layers.
industry?
There's so many layers. to it.
Clearly, yeah. Advertisers are popping on.
And because of this stupid show, and I'm still new,
Right.
but everything's a cuck stitch. You say, oh, I lost my pen, cuck stitch.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have tickets to the game,
someone
cuck stitch. It just gets slapped on everything.
Yeah, it's like the garbage disposal. Okay, we'll just throw it in the cuck disposal.
Yeah. Figure it out later. Sorted that later.
Get involved on the program. Jackson's going to give you a text name if you want one this week. Just give your suggestion. Ideally, it doesn't involve any of George Carlin's 7 dirty words or anything.
What are those,
that would cost.
Doug? What are those 7 words?
Yeah, go ahead.
I never speak them. I'm the wrong guy there.
Yeah.
So text that in, 314-399-9646. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 212 friends are in the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug gets gold bullion if you get to
That's what I'm asking for.
6,700 subscribers. So subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. And then also, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com comes your way at 9:45. Huge prize for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month winner. A $5,000 brand new garage door or doors, depending on your situation, from Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gossrau. That is the prize. Design Air, the sponsor of the email today. Seth Goldcamp, the wizard behind the prize for the month of January. And now your company can do it for April. Another company can do it for May. If you're interested, email me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. I would tell you it's the Huntley of TMA Real Estate, Doug. The Huntley
Is it
of
really?
TMA Real Estate, because you get talked about like 50 times a week. Email me, tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. And that's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and I had Steve and Scott at my house last week when we were thinking we might have some issues. But they took
Scott's
care
the
of
one who
everything.
gets upset, and they call him War Scoots.
That's right. That's the guy.
If he runs into a real furnace issue, he becomes War Scoots.
Scoots. Yeah. No War Scoots. He was as pleasant as the day is long.
was he really?
Yeah, he was. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, we're heading into 7-2 on the dossier, and it's titled The Cardinals Are Coming.
That's not seam. Seam
not
is
seam.
later.
Or are we talking seam?
We're
But
talking seam, but it's
there's
labeled
more seam down the road.
Cardinals are coming.
That's right.
Yeah.
Heim Bloom.
Well, they're like
is on-
3 weeks away from the opener.
Yeah, I know, man. 3
Sneak it
weeks
up.
from Thursday is what it'll be. Who do the Cardinals play in the opener, Jackson? Don't answer Martin's. There's no doubt in my mind you know. Yep. This is something that everybody used to always know. Now, it used to just be the National League. And now
Baltimore?
It's a fine guess. The Ning, the Rays.
Okay, Tampa.
Yeah.
For Heim.
Exciting start.
How about
Is
that?
that- is
How
that
about that for Heim?
in
He
St.
begins
Louis?
the era against Tampa,
Or
right?
in the
Yeah, how
Yankee.
fitting.
Schedule makers have done it
It'd be
again.
only better if they were playing in that Yankee Stadium that got flooded with human waste just a few weeks ago.
Fecal Depot.
No.
That's what they're changing the name to.
Welcome to the Fecal Depot.
Are they back in their building at the Rays? I didn't even pay attention.
I didn't think so.
That awful dome.
Remember the
thought-
roof
still
blew
at
off,
Steinbrenner.
and there was like
No,
6
I
months
think
later.
they're still at the Fecal Depot.
Yeah, I think it's another year.
They're like, do we want to fix it? I don't know. Should we just move?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think you could fix kind of a Teflon
Yes.
dome in less than a year?
Or two.
It was
Yeah.
like, but it was like 6 months later. They're like, all right, we'll just skip this season and we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
Cardinals are coming as Chaim Bloom was on foul territory yesterday. Ken Rosenthal also opined on the Ali Marmol extension. We'll have that for you coming your way here on the Polos Plus dossier. Remember, at Polos Plus, you get 10% off when you check out and use the promo code TMA. It's the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Remember this video now that you hear the song, Doug?
I don't. No.
Yeah, Jennifer Lopez was in it.
And she's now hanging out in Clayton as one of the divorcees.
I guess. Have you seen her out there, Jackson?
Janet Jackson.
Jennifer Lopez.
Oh,
It's time to get back on the Adderall.
J-Lo I have not seen.
I feel like she would walk in and she's like, hey, hon. Like she would know him.
Yeah, I can see that.
By the way, Tropicana Field, scheduled to be open for opening day this year.
And they were not happy with us in the Air
No.
Comfort Service text inbox that we
Idiots.
didn't know that. But again, We mentioned that the Billikens lost in 2014 as a 5 seed to Oregon, and not a soul corrected us, which speaks to how nobody was paying attention relative to the way the Billikens have captured the market in 2026. Thank you. There's my master's thesis.
Okay.
Jackson's master's thesis is ABC normalized cuckolding with the show Wife Swap.
Cuckolding or swinging in general.
Did you sit around with the family and watch it? I don't remember what era this was.
This is, I guess, like the last kind of moment where network TV was very, very relevant. And I remember, I remember ABC's Wife Swap.
It had a 16-year run.
Yeah, I remember.
How in the hell did I not know about
Wow.
2004, it finished off in 2020.
The pandemic got it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I couldn't do that one on Zoom.
It seems like much of what's on network TV today is game shows,
Game show or like
reality shows,
police procedurals.
Yeah,
Police procedurals. Are those episodic?
a few hospital
Yeah.
shows.
Yeah, medical dramas still do big numbies.
Guys, should I call in as a correspondent for the current subject? That's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention. Sure, 314-974-0101. That's the number for the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Then you can text in at 314-399-9646. Save that in your phone. Politely request to Jackson. And boy, there are some requests coming in, Jackson. How you doing with the change in the names today? Or updating
Best I
names?
can.
Best I can.
You can always get to it later. I enjoy when you're part of the program and don't do all the housekeeping.
Yeah, I try to pick my spots. You know, if we're like talking puck, I'm probably over here changing names. If we're talking hoop rock, I'm probably locked in.
All right, fair enough. Well, now what are you going to do when we start talking seam?
I'll be locked in.
All right, Heim Bloom was on. Was this Ken Rosenthal, or was this the guys with the hats on backwards that bother you?
This is foul territory. Eric Kratz, AJ Przinsky, they do every spring training. They kind of tour around.
They were in Jupetown yesterday.
They're in Jupetown yesterday talking to the Redbirds.
All right, Heim Bloom on the Ollie. What do we got going on here? I know we got Ken Rosenthal on the Ollie Marmol extension. This is Heim Bloom.
More on the state of the franchise and the messaging to the fans.
All right.
Do you think the modern fan understands the process of a team going through what could be some pain points and just whatever word you want to call it to get to the next great Cardinals team? Do you feel like the fan now is better equipped with how much info we have on prospects and just the game being covered more extensively these days?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to compare now versus, something way in the past where I just wasn't around and wasn't as in tune with the Cardinals fan base. I will say, just from being around the last couple of years, and I think this is generally true, especially in a baseball town, you do yourself a disservice if you think you can pull the wool over the eyes of your fans. Our fans are really smart. They get this. And, I actually have felt, and I understand people are polite and they may not tell you everything that they feel to your face. Usually you got to put them behind a keyboard for that type of stuff. But
What do you mean?
I actually have felt that, look, to the extent that this is the right course for our organization, we believe strongly that it is. And actually the best and quickest way back to where we want to go is just to lean into this and just make sure we're doubling down on building up our young talent base, because that's how the Cardinals always win. I have felt that our fans understand that. And I think we'd actually be doing ourselves and them a disservice if we were to try to pretend that something else is appropriate. At the same time, there's not going to be a day, regardless of how young we are, there's not going to be a day when we show up at this place not expecting to win and not looking to win and not looking to keep that standard really high. It's not a switch you can flip. You establish that from day one. And that should not change just because our strategy is a longer-term strategy. That intensity, the attention to detail, the hunger to win whatever's on your plate that day, it's something that I preach a lot within our walls to our staff. On any given day, whether you're a coach, whether you're a front office person, a scout, whatever your role is, whatever's on your plate that day, treat it like Game 7. That's the only way we get where we want to go.
I like the answer. That's my response to that. And I would agree with him that I think the majority of the fan base, and I'm gauging it based on the people who text in on the show and who communicate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, are on board with it. I think the frustration portion of it was on the front end of how it was going for the last few years and how it got to this point. But now that it's at this point, I think that people are on board with it. And I think it also could is an important word here, set them up for a year in which they begin the process of winning the fan base back. And in part, it's just because the expectations are so damn low that any semblance of enthusiasm from either players with personality or performance would get people yearning to find a team back on board. That's my opinion, and I think many people in the fan base feel that way. But don't get me wrong, plenty of people are pissed off as well. But I think the majority of the fans are understanding of it and are just happy that it's Chaim Bloom saying it, not John Mazzella.
I think it's one thing to say, I'm done with them. Never going to another game again. But you live in St. Louis. You grew up with the Cardinals. I think at some point you're going to go back to it and say, all right, I don't want him to be terrible I'm mad at him right now, but at some point you're going to get back on board. You hear people say that all the time. I'll never go to another game. I'll never watch again. I think people want him to be good, want him to be relevant.
Oh, yeah. I think they're in a position where they have to go young at this point. They're certainly committed to it. They have to go young. I don't know that you can build a championship team with just players that you develop. That'd be really, really hard. You'd have to really hit the jackpot with your draft and the development. You go back to the last time they won it, 2011, a lot of the key members of that team were traded for or free agents. You have to supplement at some point. I just don't know how you could think that you're going to put together nearly an entire roster with players that you developed on your own.
No, I think
need help somewhere else, too.
I think Chaim Bloom would say when we're at that point where we've got some really good homegrown players, that's when you add on. That's when you spend money.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the model in a year or two.
Which is actually what they did to lead to the run, because there were kind of two chapters to the run that began in 2000 and concluded, I would say, in 2015, unless you want to include 2019 in there. But that means you're including 3 non-playoff years in 16, 17, 18. Either way, it was okay. We've got some guys coming up, some really talented young pitchers, and 2 of whom, in Alan Bennis and Rick Ankiel, who, in Alan's case, ran into shoulder problems, but he was sick talented. And in Rick Ankiel, you got a chance to see it, unfortunately. That was more of the head situation than physical. But they had Matt Morris, they had Alan Bennis, and they had Rick Ankiel. Okay, let's supplement this staff, give them a veteran leader, go out and bring in Darryl Kyle. And then you had, of course, what McGuire was doing. I think that, of course, benefited the revenue because of the attendance. And now we're in a position with a combination of pitching and dollars to go out and get Jim Edmonds. And what they would do is bring him in, and then these players would fall in love with the market and then sign extensions. So ideally, we are in that mid-late 90s portion of it where they are collecting the young players to then, once they mature, go out and supplement it with dollars through free agency. And also what I would imagine will be a different economic structure for the game this time next year. And so the next time the Cardinals are going out there with dollars, it might look a lot different than the Dodgers just going out and throwing $60 million at Tucker.
Yeah, well, we got to hope that it does. Because if the economics of the game doesn't change, I don't know how the Cardinals will contend on a regular basis. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I just don't. I'd be shocked if it doesn't change substantially after 2026. Shocked.
Yeah, I think it will too. I hope it will, and I'm sure the Cardinals are hoping it does.
Ken Rosenthal opined on the Chaim Bloom extension given to Ali Marmol. Here is what Ken Rosenthal had to say.
And you might ask, well, why is this necessary now? Why not just play out the season? It's a good move by their new president of baseball operations, Chaim Bloom, because it offers stability. And it tells Ali Marmol, hey, you're going to be here through this rebuild. We're not going to judge you on wins and losses. You're going to be our guy for the next 2 and maybe 3 years beyond this one. Now, obviously, they could have kept him as a lame duck. But if you do that, it raises all kinds of questions that you don't need to have raised during the year. The big question will be, can Ali Marmol see this through to the other side when they come out of the rebuilding plan? And that is going to be where this becomes a real question for the Cardinals. But that's down the line.
It is. So he's on board with the Cardinals giving Ali Marmol an extension. I wonder if we did a Gallup poll, what the fan base reaction to it would be.
I think mostly negative. For whatever reason, he is not well liked based on social media reaction, which is not, across the board, people that are in the building at the stadium. But
Jackson, who's liked on social media?
Ugh.
Guess that's the answer, Martin.
Barkley's always popular.
Okay.
Larry David.
Really?
Yeah, by and large. I don't know about many other people, though.
Okay. Charles Barkley, Larry David.
That's the whole list?
Pretty much. I'm trying to think of others, but
it's tricky. Where do you go to gauge reaction? If you say, hey, are you on board with Ollie getting an extension, and you just see people going nuts online, it's not a fair barometer of everybody that, follows the Cardinals or roots for the team. But he does seem to get a lot of really negative feedback.
Yeah. I think, and maybe unfortunately, that interest in Cardinal baseball has waned to the point where a lot of people are kind of numb to it. A lot of people don't care. The team has not been very exciting for a few years now, and it's hard for them to get worked up about much of anything.
And he's kind of in the
apathy. You're right.
And he's the face of the decline. Like this 2023 is terrible. Who are you zooming in on the whole game in the dugout? It's him. He's not, at the plate. Those guys come up every 9 times, but you see him over and over. Pre-game, post-game, he's the face, even though Mozeliak was and took most of the shrapnel, and he was the guy who it was on his watch. Things disintegrated. But eating it and owning it kind of every day was Ollie Marmol.
He's in a tough spot for sure.
Guys, BK did a Twitter poll, and the response was 70% positive. How about that?
Really?
How about that?
I think people have kind of grown to like him personally, anyway. The image he puts off is fine in the eyes of most fans, I believe.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on that.
It's what I tried to bring up with him, and it was
you did, yeah, and you listed the reasons why. It was great, though. I tipped my cap to you.
But I said people think
just like him personally.
Well, just that he comes off as very cocky, and that we had that discussion about it. He said, he said, "Are you saying that, or is that what people say?" I hear that from people. I do. And that's not the cowardly. Well, a lot of people said this to me. No, it's actually
I always enjoy that.
What I hear from people.
Who's saying that?
Arch.
For the record, I'm looking at the Gallup poll conducted by Brandon Kiley. 678 votes, Doug. 64.6 said they were in favor of the extension.
Yeah.
According to who? Arch said that to you?
No.
And maybe it's two different things. Are you okay with the extension, or do you like him? You could have people saying, well, he's not my favorite, but I don't mind this because what are you going to do for the next couple of years anyway? They could be on board. So it could be two questions. Are you okay with the extension? Do you like him? Think about it, Doug. Think about it.
Why
don't you start your own poll there, Vaughn?
Okay. I don't know. I don't see the hatred of Marmol, I guess, that you do. Maybe I'm off base on that.
I think you touched on it just a few seconds ago. I think in general there's apathy, but as Martin said, he's one of the faces of the decline. My premise, which goes back to when Jackson and I were doing Balloon Party, was if you say that the roster is garbage because of John Mozeliak, then if we're just applying some semblance of reason to it, then it doesn't matter if it's whoever you would consider to be a great manager. Tony La Russa comes back. Bruce Bochy's got the team. Brian Snitker was a gem at one time. Managing it, it's not going to win. So if you want to bitch about Mozeliak's roster construction, which plenty of people may justifiably do, which was what was going on, and say it's a terrible roster, then you can't also say that Marmol is costing the Cardinals from being in the playoffs. And then that kind of puts people, to the test on it. You can dislike both of them, but as far as what's going on with the organization's failures, you can't sit there and say, well, the manager is costing him, they need to fire him, all while also saying the roster is garbage because of John Mozeliak. So it's not to say that it's an either or, but there has to be a large side of blame going around. In other words, do you think that Bruce Bochy gets the 2023 Cardinals to the playoffs? Do you think he wins them another 10 games? And they just had garbage pitching, and I don't know who's going to change that. But when a fan base is pissed off, saying these kinds of things, especially if you are working with the team, it's called holding rights, But, fortunately, we're not doing any rights holding here. This is just the assessment. And if you want to say we're holding rights, be my guest. I don't really give a damn if we ever interview another Cardinal on this show or not. Doesn't matter to me. Show's going to be just fine. But this is what I think. Just, again, applying reason to it. You can't have a garbage roster and everybody agree with that and then go, well, the manager's cost and wins. Well, the roster's garbage. So that's it. Or you can say, well, no, it was a pretty damn good roster, but the manager killed it. But one or the other has to receive the large weight of the criticism. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat here on TMA. And you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, we had some hail in the area on Sunday night, and we are now in storm season in the St. Louis area. Roof Restore will help your roof perform better and better protect your home in a hailstorm. How? By increasing shingle flexibility and granule adhesion. So protect your roof from spring storms by calling Roof Restore for a free, no-obligation inspection. It's Roof Restore online at notanewroof.com or by calling 314-279-ROOF. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing industry. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of a replacement. So go to notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow to take on the Kraken right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Company. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett actively changing text inbox names, which he will do in the first week of each month. So if you don't have a text inbox name, Air Comfort Service text inbox name, you can text in at 314-399-9646, and Jackson will give you a name, and that increases the chances of your text getting read by 83%. Doug, that's what the Gallup poll that you did said, 83%. Chairman Kurt is filtering the emails for this Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competition, the Email of the Month, getting a big prize from Schaefer Door Company, $5,000 garage doors for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. You can compete. It's only day 2, so you're not too far behind. Chet's brother has one win. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We will do that on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45 here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, look over on your right. It's Brody Herman.
Oh, I saw him
His
standing
father
over
is
there.
Ed, and Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this presentation. Brody, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege as always to be here. It's definitely the highlight of my week, and it's absolutely a treat to be here with you all today. Couldn't be better.
How about that, Doug? Maybe that gives you a little perspective on your crap attitude.
I'm happy that you're happy.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. No doubt about it. Obviously, got a lot going on in my life right now. Wrestling on the Spectrum is now on podcastheat.com. So we're launching that. I'm going to be appearing on Jeff Jarrett's podcast tonight at 9:45 p.m. So I got a lot of new projects coming down the pipe.
He had the guitar, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
You
So
hit people over the head with it?
Yes, he did. No doubt about it. It was phenomenal. It was
Was it
great.
electric or acoustic? I'm sorry,
it was
I'm
acoustic.
behind.
Acoustic.
Probably a balsa wood guitar that was shattered. not a
Gimmick
real
guitar. Yeah, balsa wood is
All right.
very simple. As soon as it hits anything, it'll break.
Right.
So, I can't wait for it. I'm so excited. Again, Wrestling on the Spectrum is going to be on podcastheat.com. We're going to still be dropping new episodes every single week. So, and I got a lot of new projects coming down the pike. I'm going to be prospering and marching on with no doubt in my mind. It's not only you're going to hear more from me, not less. That's the truth. So it's going to be more, not less. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. No doubt about it. I can't wait.
More on all sports, not just wrestling.
That's right, Doug. More on all sports.
Okay.
More on all sports on all fronts.
What are you most fired up about right now in this moment?
I'm most fired up about St. Louis Billikens. That's what I'm most fired up about.
Doug, watch this.
And Mizzou.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish boom ba.
No, Billikens and Mizzou, no doubt about it. I am so excited. Obviously, Mizzou will beat Oklahoma tonight. I'm worried more about Porter Moser's job, and the story will be more about Oklahoma than it will be about Mizzou. Mizzou will take care of business. They're going to win 11 games, and they're already in the tournament with 10 games. So at this point, it's going to be just cherries on top of the ice cream sundae. And Mizzou's making the tournament. SLU's going to make the tournament. Illinois is going to make the tournament. Now, when it comes to the second weekend, I'm going to have to go over under 1.5. I'm probably only going to pick Illinois to make it to the second weekend, but maybe none of the teams make it. Illinois gets upsetted early, and Mizzou and SLU don't make it out of the first weekend, and none of the teams make it. But I still think Illinois is going to make it to the second weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing all 3 area college basketball teams in the tournament. It's the best thing going in St. Louis sports.
How about
There's
that,
nothing
Doug?
else going on. Come on now. Illinois got a lot going. Keaton Wagler is impressive. Lottery pick. Stojakovic coming back. Illinois, no doubtably, can make it to the second weekend. And, the key for Mizzou is going to be, what is T.O. Barrett going to do? That point guard play. That's what's going to matter. T.O. Barrett has to show up. He has to show up because a few weeks ago, I didn't know what I was going to get out of T.O. Barrett. Then he scores 28 against Tennessee. It was 28, I think, against Tennessee. And all of a sudden, he comes out and shows that he belongs on this team. It was like it was his coming out party and told me all I needed to know. And, that was, if we get that T.O. Barrett Mizzou can make it to the second weekend. And, Sean Phillips has got to stay out of foul trouble, and Mark Mitchell has to play like his usual self. First-team All-SEC player, Mizzou's equivalent of the 90s, if you all remember a player named Albert White. That's kind of who Mark Mitchell reminds me of.
Was that 97, Albert
Yeah,
White?
97,
99? Young to remember.
I was going to say,
98, 99. Yeah, former McDonald's All-American, just like Mitchell, started at another school, transferred in. Mitchell had to sit out White had to sit out for a year. Mitchell did not because of the NCAA rules back then. So Mitchell definitely has been a first-team All-SEC player and could be, getting a two-way contract in the NBA. So I'm excited to see what he can do in the tournament. Of course, the Billikens, it's all, how they play on defense. Can they have a little bit tougher on defense? We know they can shoot threes. We know they can drive it to the hole. But, that defense and on the perimeter in particular, I have concerns about. But if they can defend on the perimeter, maybe they can win one game in the tournament, maybe two. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm happy to see the Billikens are going to probably make it to the tournament. I think they'll win the Atlantic 10 tournament. I don't think Mizzou will win the SEC tournament, and I don't think Illinois will win the Big Ten tournament. They'll get at-large bids anyway. It won't matter. It just doesn't matter. They'll all be in the tournament. It's exciting. It's exciting time for St. Louis area college basketball
What about
teams.
the Cardinals? We're 10 games into the Grapefruit League. They are 6-4. Do you like their chances to contend?
No, 0. I think they will remain a fourth-place team, third-place team at best this year. I think Marmel's extension is, that was going to happen anyway, because why would you have that hanging over his head going into the year? We know Chaim Blum's past relationships with managers has not been great. Alex Cora in Boston, they didn't have the best of relationship, and now they're here in this time, and we'll see how Marmel and Blum's relationship is. Marmel could be here for only the 2027 season, or he could be here even longer, but it gives him that assurance. It assures him stability, but you don't take this with any huge grain of salt that he's going to be here automatically through the 2028 season or the 2029 season. It doesn't guarantee that. Managers get fired all the time, so you don't want to have that hanging over his head. You don't want to have him having that carrot dangled over his head. It's good that they did it. They locked him in, but do I think he's going to be manager here long term? The jury is still out. Now that Mosaic is no longer in the organization, we'll see how the relationship is with Chaim Blum, and if they're all in harmony, we could supplement in upcoming years for all of the, players that we've developed. Because you're right, Doug, it's a jackpot if you can win a World Series with all players that you develop. That's probably not going to happen. You have to supplement. You have to trade for players. You have to be smart at the trade deadline. You have to sign free agents that are going to be key, missing ingredients that are going to enhance your team, that are going to win the World Series without a doubt. And I'm looking forward to see what the Cardinals can do, but it's not going to happen this year. I think the Cardinals are not contending this year. They are probably at best a fourth-place team, maybe a third-place team in the division. You've even said the Pirates, could be better than they've been in the past. It means the Cardinals may even be a last-place team in their division. It's going to be absolutely
kind of like
brutal.
they might be the last-place team. I feel like the Reds were in the playoffs last year. Brewers and Cubs are contending for the title. Pirates are people are sleeping on the Pirates. Nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
That's right.
Nobody's
true.
drafting and
Picked them to
developing.
go to the playoffs on spread zone, Mark.
I think it's
buying stock.
You're buying stock? They're going to make some teams walk the plank, Tim?
Yes, I like that. Doug, walk the plank. Maybe bring back those little train conductor hats. Did Cecilia Guante wear one of those?
I don't know.
John Candelaria, the handyman?
I think so.
Yeah, that's right. Those glasses, if anybody remembers those glasses.
What is Vegas saying about the Cardinals finishing last? They have to be the odds-on favorite to finish in last place.
Yeah, I would say so. I think the over-under last was 71 wins, and I had them right around there, so maybe they get 72 or 73. It won't make a difference. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not going to make the playoffs. I'm not going to say that 73-win team is making the playoffs, but yeah, the Pirates could get better. Mitch Keller can improve this year. They've added some key pieces. Marcelo Zuna, could show flashes of his older self. Improvements by O'Neal Cruz. He's such an electrifying player. He's got an unbelievable arm. He has decent speed. 6 feet 7 inches tall.
Okay.
My gosh. A mammoth of a human being. My goodness me. And just the Pirates have a lot going. Can Brian Reynolds improve this season? The Pirates have more going for them than the Cardinals. You don't have any outfielders that you could say, wow, they're like Brian Reynolds. You got Victor Scott who can run a little bit. I mean, that helps. And, Jordan Walker, we could see massive improvement this season from him, and I would love to see that. Just from the standpoint, Lars Nootbaar, I don't know. I mean, does he really try hard? I don't know. I mean, Lars Nootbaar, to me, I don't see him as our future left fielder of the future.
You don't think he tries hard?
Yeah, I don't know if he really wants it enough. I just think that Lars is one of those guys. I don't know if you can build around Lars. I don't think he's a building block for this organization. I just don't.
Now, what about the Blues? Trade deadline coming up this week. Who do you want shipped out on a rail?
Oh, I want a lot of things shipped out on a rail. I want Justin Falk gone. You need to trade him. You need to get a good deal out of it.
Sounds personal.
No. It's not personal. Listen, the Blues, they need to sell, and they need to sell as much as they can. I think there's rumors that Robert Thomas could be going to the Utah Mammoth, and there's rumors that Jordan Kyrou could be moved. You got to move anybody as much as you can to try to enhance this rebuild. Where's Pavel Buchnevich? I think he's been absent all season long. Cam Fowler hasn't been himself. Colton Parayko. This team is not gelling. There needs to be a change. There's something missing. Lack of energy, lack of synergy. There's something missing in the Blues organization. I can't put my finger on it. I don't think Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen could put their finger on it, to be honest. And that's why I think you got to sell. And, moving Justin Falk is the start of it. Rumor is he could be going to the Oilers or could be going to another team. We'll see. I think Justin Falk needs to be moved. And I think the Blues just need to do an entire, revamp at the deadline and just move some of their older veteran players. I think Torrey Krug needs to be gone. He should be as good as gone. They're not going to trade him at the deadline, but I don't want him wearing a Blues uniform ever again.
Torrey Krug?
Yeah.
I think his career is over.
Yeah. You can just write it off. I mean, at this point, the Blues are, they just need to focus on their future. They have a great future. Delibor Dvorsky, Jimmy Snuggerud. The draft is going to be vitally important for Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen to, really energize this team again because it's missing something. And, I think Jim Montgomery should remain the coach. I don't think you should fire Jim Montgomery. Keep Jim Montgomery there, but, give him a better roster. I think that's what the Blues need. That's do you notice similarities between the Blues and the Cardinals? Both of them don't have very good rosters. That's their problem. In all seriousness.
Common denominator to have.
It's terrible. It's brutal. I don't know if St. Louis City SC's roster is even better either. I mean, at least they have Roman Berkey. Yeah. Ugh. God, we need something. A little optimism in the air. It's just anything, a semblance, but it's so dreadful. It's so dreadful.
So dreadful.
It is.
These are times that try men's souls.
It is. It's trying times, but you know what? There's always a future ahead, and you got to be optimistic. And all these fans, I'm never going to go to a game again. Please, you're going to go to a game. The next time you'll get an opportunity to go to a game. Come on. You can even win a ticket. You still go. I mean, my God, these people who don't want to say, I'm never going to go to a game again. Golly.
Maybe they'll go just to fill up with that whole Coca-Cola Unlimited. Do you see that whole all you can eat? Look at that.
All you can eat. All you can eat. I'm excited. For people with the concessions, it's just like, ballparks have become like movie theaters. As soon as you walk into the darn place, there's concessions right in front of your face, and they're always trying to get you to buy stuff, and you do anyway because, it's in take me out to the ball game. You buy concessions at a baseball game. Right. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. So very common to see it. I love anything that get fans to the ballpark. Love the unlimited. That word unlimited is the key there because it gets people excited.
How much could you eat over the course of a game with unlimited snacks?
Oh, you probably, I wish the Cardinals had Dodger dogs, but you probably have a couple of hot dogs, maybe a basket of chicken tenders, a large fountain of soda, and have some fries, and you'll be a happy camper. And maybe, down that seventh inning stretch, you'll have some Cracker Jacks as a snack. So, you can eat a lot. People eat a lot at these games. You go there and you got these people that got 2 trays of stuff. They almost are going to fall over, and they sit down and half their food falls over. Their beer spills all over you, and you're like, why'd you have to buy all that food? You can get up in the 6th inning and go buy stuff. Why'd you have to all get it in the 1st or 2nd inning? It's a disaster. And not to mention, you got all these people, the beer vendors, they're screaming your, ear off to try to get you to buy beer, and that's their job. I mean, of course, they're trying to get you to buy more alcohol, but still, it's a lot of concessions. The best part is when they give you an Italian ice on a warm, summer day. That's the best. When your mouth is a little dry and you're in the 4th inning and they give you that Italian ice, that's the best. Nothing beats that.
No.
I mean, that's what concessions are there for. They're a staple of a baseball game experience, and having it be whatever unlimited deal they've got going in Big Mac land, it's wonderful. Great. More people can eat concessions. It's wonderful. Just like a movie theater. That's what ballparks have become essentially like movie theaters because, the movie on the field isn't going to be that entertaining to watch. So they're going to have to find some ways to, entertain people. So if unlimited concessions does that, God bless you. There's no doubt about it. I just am excited. I don't know. My favorite ballpark food is probably, I would say, either hot dogs have got to be my favorite ballpark food. So that's what I have to pick. If I have to pick a favorite ballpark food, it would have to probably be hot dog. Okay. I've never eaten peanuts and Cracker Jacks in my life. I'm allergic, so those are automatically out.
Nut allergy.
Brody Herman with us. He's in on Tuesdays representing Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA. And Brody, where will people be able to find your work?
Wrestling on the Spectrum is going to be on podcastheat.com. You can click there. You can find it on Apple and Spotify. We're going to be dropping new episodes every week. My high school sports show, the Gateway Sports Venue High School Sports Show, is probably going to continue in some form or fashion. So that'll happen as well. So nothing is going away. It's just, maybe you have to shift the way that you listen a little bit. Also subscribe to the Wrestling on the Spectrum YouTube channel. All of our episodes will be live streamed there. So it's at Wrestling on the Spectrum and at Gateway Sports Venue's YouTube channel to watch all of our high school sports shows. Just subscribe and listen. So that's what I would encourage everyone to do.
There it is. Brody Herman. Brody, always appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. Now, do you say Camila Cabello or Cabello?
It really never comes up in conversation.
She in Fifth Harmony, Jackson?
I honestly do not know.
Well, you're the one playing it, though, right? Nobody came in
she was
here.
in Fifth Harmony. She was in Fifth Harmony.
And that was Work From Home, and that was with Ty Dolla?
Yeah, with Ty Dolla $ign?
Yeah, Doug. You like Ty Dolla $ign?
I don't know who it is. I'm sorry.
Fifth Harmony has a great song with Fetty Wap.
Fetty Wap?
Yeah.
Ooh, my wife's going to text you about that. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text us. Doug, sometimes they're not happy with us?
Usually they're not.
Right. Air Comfort Service text inbox is where they express it. Jackson, you were updating names like a little hornet over there.
I was trying to, yeah.
Yeah, like a hornet, though.
Very similar to a hornet or other winged insect.
Do you have a problem when somebody says winged as opposed to winged?
Why do you do that to us?
What? Is it not winged?
Say winged.
Would it not be winged?
Winged.
I thought it was winged.
How about just winged?
Martin, is it winged or winged?
When talking about insects.
Winged.
Okay. All right. I thought it was winged.
Doug, you ever been to Magic City when you're in Atlanta?
I've been to Atlanta.
You might want to say no.
Isn't that just Magic City? Okay, no, I'm sure
It's
I haven't.
good to have Martin representing you here. Are any of you gentlemen aware of what the Atlanta Hawks are doing? Papers, you are. Of course you are.
Yeah.
I saw the headline. I don't know.
You're aware of it?
That's the only reason I told Doug that. I have not, to be for the record, I'm not familiar with Magic City other than this story that's NBA related. I saw
Magic City on a Monday.
Okay, what is it? Too cool for me.
Jackson has his own remix for it.
Yeah, I'm always ready.
And that was Dexter Fowler's walk-up music in 2016, am I right?
Yeah, Jumpman.
Yeah. Nobu, Nobu, Nobu. And he
chicken tenders and fries, we don't go on dates. Chicken wings and fries, we don't go on dates.
Okay, what are we talking about?
Nobu.
Chicken wings.
Doug, do you remember the film Twister?
Sure.
Okay. Do you remember one of the stars of Twister? Was that 96, 97?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Bill Paxton?
Female.
He's not a woman. Did he transition? Is that the story?
It's not Bill Pullman, it's Bill Paxton.
Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech? Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton. passed
Okay.
away.
But this is a female actress.
I remember what she looked like, but I can't recall her name.
This is always wild to me.
What's that?
I'm not going to spoil the guessing game here, but this woman in Twister owns the Atlanta Hawks.
This woman in Twister, the actress, now owns the Atlanta
actress
Hawks.
from Twister hired Quinn Snyder.
Yes. Is that all factual?
What are the initials of this
And Mike
actress?
Bray says he's going to call us at some point.
Quinn is?
He told me that a couple years ago. I saw Mike
That's my
Bray.
White Whale interview.
I said it. He was at the MAC college basketball dinner with Mike Bray, and I said, we got to get Quinn. He goes, he'd love to do it.
Oh, yes, he would. Sure.
I said, let me know about that.
Don't you have to be like a billionaire to own an NBA team?
You would think.
Well, Twister was very successful.
Well, but not that
She had
much.
points on the package there.
Yeah. Doug, the actress's name, of course, Jamie Gertz.
Okay.
Jamie Gertz, dark-haired lass, and now owns the Atlanta Hawks because of the points she had on the back end of Twister. I have points on Movie Boy. Haven't seen a damn thing yet.
Well, we're pre-revenue, aggressively.
What about goodorbad.com?
Again, aggressively. It's all in the same canopy here.
I'm buying stock on goodorbad.com, Movie Boy, and Jackson's golf game. And I got to tell you, it's the third one that I think's paying off. This guy's trending right now. But, Doug, you want to talk about Magic City, so I'll do it.
Okay.
Magic City is a stag bar in Atlanta. And, of course, this show condemns stag bars.
And nudity in general.
Thank you very much for saying it, because we have to explain these things to our kids. And these genitals we have, what are they doing? Go away. That's what I always say. That's what I always say.
That's what you tell your
I say
kids.
sex is the bad. That's what I say. Sex is the bad.
All right.
So Jamie Gertz stars in Twister, makes $3 billion.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm reading says Tony Ressler is the principal owner.
Jackson is Jamie Gertz, an owner of the Atlanta
It
Hawks.
says co-owner and active partner, but the principal owner is Tony Ressler, R-E-S-S-L-E-R.
That's her husband.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So therefore, according to our friends in family law, might as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Got a Cronky vibe going here.
Yeah. And we'll get back to Jackson and the divorcees in Clayton that we talked about in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour. Right now, we're talking Magic City. Now, why are we talking Magic City?
I don't know.
They're doing a promotional night coming up.
That is correct. The Atlanta Hawks are doing Magic City Monday to celebrate the strip bar in Atlanta for their game coming up against the Orlando Magic.
Really? How's that going over with the fan base?
Doug, are you familiar with Luke Cornett of the San Antonio Spurs?
I am not.
Formerly of the Boston Celtics. He likes to defend guys shooting threes by being 10 feet away from them and jumping as high as he can with his arms up.
Oh, so
Speaking of which, Missouri getting 2.5 tonight against Oklahoma, where you'll see my guy, not Jackson's guy, though, Trent, 7'5".
Trent Burns, yeah.
He's going to be out there. He's guarding him.
Luke Cornetting it up.
Luke Cornetting it up.
So I guess this guy is not in favor of it.
And
That's
then
correct.
Twister, Philip Seymour Hoffman wears an Oklahoma Sooners cap the entire movie. Think about that.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now you're thinking about it.
You ever go to Luke Cornett's website?
No.
Well, Luke Cornett wrote on lukecornett.medium.com.
Great for SEO.
The NBA should desire to protect and esteem women, many of whom work diligently every day to make this the best basketball league in the world. We should promote an atmosphere that is protective and respectful of our daughters, wives, sisters, mothers, and partners that we know and love. Allowing this Magic City night to go forward without protest would reflect poorly on us as an NBA community, specifically in being complicit in the potential objectification and mistreatment of women in our society. Regardless of how a woman finds her way into the adult entertainment industry, many in this space experience abuse, harassment, and violence to which they should never be subjected. That's Luke Cornett condemning the Magic City night in Atlanta between the Hawks and the Magic. Luke Cornett, of course, plays for
San Antonio.
Right.
Okay.
So now Jamie Gertz, who is putting on Magic City night, is in the middle of this criticism. She, of course, is starring in the new Star series Magic City.
Yeah.
About centered around the strip club, no doubt.
Magic City's on a Monday.
Okay.
And that's when they're going to have this promotion that is taken Atlanta by storm. For the record, they sold 2,000 tickets right away when they announced it.
Gosh.
Jackson, if you...
Steak will be there.
Yes. They have famous chicken wings.
Very famous for their chicken
See,
wings.
Papers knows.
Very famous.
This guy gets bottle service.
To the point where in
Walks out
2020,
like baby powder.
During the NBA in the bubble in Orlando, Lou Williams had to leave for a funeral for a family member.
Remember that, Doug, when Lou Williams had to leave for a
I don't
funeral?
remember
6 Man Like
everything.
Lou Will, another Drake song. Lou Williams left for this funeral and then was pictured inside Magic City. And when asked, why were you in Magic City violating all of these rules that we have about the NBA bubble, he said, I was just there for the chicken wings. So much so that they named their lemon pepper wings after him, a.k.a. Lemon Pepper Lou. There's the full
It's just
background.
an enormous club.
It's a
They have all
very,
the money
very
that they-
famous strip club, which is known for their chicken wings.
But if you're an Atlanta Hawks player and you have a problem with this, then you're probably uncomfortable speaking out. So the opposing
100%,
player
yeah.
speaking out seems weird. Hey, it's not your promotion. It's not your team.
It's not, you're not even playing there that night.
But the guys on the Hawks probably like, can't really say anything.
I wonder where Quinn is on this.
I would
Probably all
we should all Venmo some
this
Atlanta
is
beat writer.
1999 Quinn would have had a different view maybe than 2026 Quinn.
This is great grandma material.
Yes,
because
someone's going to ask them.
There's going to be some Hawks reporters asking players and or coaches about this. I'm going to need you to file that away, Jackson.
Yeah.
For what your grandma think Magic City related. Follow up.
Doug, Jamie Gertz is more known for Lost Boys, which is a great vampire flick with the Coreys. And she married a hedge fund bro who's rich AF. That's from 314.
I think that sums it up.
I don't
Square
think
Pegs. Remember the show Square Pegs?
Square Pegs.
I don't think we need any more vampire movies. How many vampire movies and TV shows are there?
What about Kiefer Sutherland? He did a wonderful job.
I just think it's an overplayed genre. People biting each other in the neck. Come on.
What about Jason Patrick? He's also in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the
I'd say the
Coreys.
same thing to him.
In excess, some sick beats on that soundtrack.
Okay.
Can I request that for...
Which one?
Boy, Doug, there's so many good ones
Okay.
from the Lost Boys. Man, I'm going to look them up right now.
But you're saying she has a connection now to Matt, so it's maybe a vehicle for her
That's right.
to sort of
That's
promote her
right,
stuff.
That's right.
Did you know
what it's all
that
about.
Jason Patrick's dad is Jason Miller, who played the father in The Exorcist? Good.
The father in The Exorcist.
Like the younger priest in The Exorcist, not Max von
The
Sydow.
one who threw himself out of the...
Yeah.
It's really the star of this.
Yeah, really, him and
Beside Linda Blair.
Right.
I didn't know
Don't
that.
sleep
no.
on Ellen Burstyn.
Okay.
Nice if you did some show prep, man.
Okay.
Good Times, and that's with In Excess.
Okay.
And Jimmy Barnes. And then they had that song. It was Skate. Watch this. Hold on a second.
I see what you're doing with your hands there.
Yeah.
Doug is
It's
a...
like, Thou shalt not kill. And I guess they just like chanted the 10 Commandments. Watch this. Skate.
Okay, stop
Lost
doing
Boys.
this.
1987.
I don't know the years.
As a child actor, Gertz was in one episode of Different Strokes. It all goes back. It all goes back to, along with Andrew Dice
Gordon
Clay.
Jones. Andrew Dice Clay was in Different Strokes.
Gertz had one episode of Different Strokes along with Andrew Dice Clay. All goes back to also had a recurring role in The Facts of Life.
But this
Didn't we have our theme show
Charlotte
music
Ray.
last week?
But the strip club
Blair's
sponsorship
Blair.
of the basketball gets back to Gertz trying to
promote her Real Housewives of Atlanta TMA or something.
Isn't that kind of sleazy?
Yes.
Jackson's explaining it to my kids.
I think it's a step too far. That's kind of sleazy.
Yeah, I mean, I get the Magic City is very famous in Atlanta, but the idea of putting that on at your sporting event, probably a step too far. As much as
Could you see the Blues doing a PT's
I was just
night?
going to say, do you want me to text Anook and say, hey, are you seeing what's happening in Atlanta? Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Doug, Jamie Gertz is the richest actor in the world. Gertz has a net worth between $3 and $12 billion. That's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick. That's what we call a wide delta.
Yeah, it is. Isn't
Julia
Louis
$3 billion or
Dreyfus?
$12 billion? I don't know.
Yeah.
She's also up there, right?
She was a billionaire before she ever started
Is
acting.
she an heiress, Jackson?
Yeah, she'd be an
the
heiress.
Dreyfus funds.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Wonderful is just in the newest Josh Safdie movie. Does that make him one of the richest actors?
Doug, you hear that, Mr. Wonderful? Paul Orndorff.
What is going on?
Mr. Wonderful. Is
Kevin
that
O'Leary.
Kevin O'Leary, the bald guy on the Shark
He was just
Tank.
in Murray Supreme.
Yeah. And how much is he worth?
Probably a couple B.
A couple B.
That's how they say it at Horton
I
Watkins.
guess.
We don't-
Because everyone's got it. You don't have to say the whole word.
Time is money.
Cousin Nick listening in Atlanta. Where'd you say I need to go for some lemon pepper chicken wings?
Magic City, Atlanta. Yeah.
So may not want to tell Amy. It would be
Williams.
called Magic City. There you go. Yeah, that's been said.
Will.
Hey, Tim, can you buy stock in my monogramming business? Please. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Sounds like times are tough over at the monogramming business. But she would also like to follow in Jamie Gertz's footsteps, as Jamie Gertz is worth, again, between $3 and $12 billion.
Yeah, her husband is, right?
Well, Doug, they're
again.
a team.
He made the money.
Wow.
They're
I
a
suggest
team.
you also avoid Clayton.
Well, he made the money. He co-founded the private equity firms Apollo Global Management and Aries Management.
A Foot Fetish Friday.
Net worth estimated at $11.3 billion.
Every last one of you needs to be on Adderall. That's from Ray King.
That's true.
Not arguing that.
I like a little hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
I think this show gives you ADD.
Yeah. If you didn't have
Like
it
you're
before.
doing fine, and all of a sudden you listen to this, and your brain just gets a little bit scrambled.
Yeah. It's like a verbal anagram.
It seems like there's a lot of these guys who are worth billions, and one of the common denominators is they started a private equity firm. Why don't we do that? Why don't we all get together and start our own
I've got
private
the Tam
equity
Avenue
firm?
Capital Partners.
What will we invest in?
Crushing it outside of that NC State loss for $20, and now all the investors are upset because I did a cash call this morning.
Oh.
Buy
lost
business.
$20.
Okay.
Doug, you just
That's always
there you go, Doug.
Maybe your PE firm isn't doing great. If you have a cash call, you're losing $20.
Tim, are you taking questions?
Of course I am. Doug's the one who doesn't take questions.
I didn't want to
not
ask
many.
him this anyway. Maybe I missed it. This has been all over the place. What does Magic City Night entail? Did you touch on that? Besides the
Magic
wings?
City Night, I haven't touched on what Magic City. Doug, you know T.I., Rubber Band Man, you call him that? What's your Mount Rushmore of T.I. jams?
Gosh, I just don't know.
I mean, I think the one that was most popular and then crossed over 2008, whatever you like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rubber Band Man?
There was the one with Rihanna.
Doug, what was Rihanna? Live Your
I
Life?
don't know.
Live Your Life.
Oh,
That,
nine?
that was a big one. Because that was in the movie. I can't remember which one, though.
Boy, and you own Movie Boy and GoodOrBad.com, and this is why I'm not getting any distributions,
Well,
man.
my first thought was Hangover, but now I'm thinking that might be...
Rihanna performed in Hangover. Why?
No, Can't Tell Me Nothing by Kanye was in Hangover when they pulled
And there was a
into
tiger.
Vegas.
And there was a tiger from Mike Tyson's house.
Yes.
T.I. is going to perform at halftime. And with the Orlando Magic in town, the home team announced they would be honoring one of Atlanta's iconic cultural institutions.
Oh,
That's what it's-
gosh.
in quotes, one of the iconic cultural institutions. Chairman, are there other events going on that I have not broadcast to the listening audience?
Oh, I'm going in blind on this. I was just curious.
They have DJ Esco who'll be performing. He is
You like Esco, Doug, or Tiesto?
I don't know.
He is Future's DJ. Future, of course, sang the song about Magic City. And there'll be chicken wings there. World famous lemon pepper wings.
It ain't about the chicken wings.
I don't think they're going to bring any dancers.
It is a bold move in 2026.
I would say.
I'd like to see the Hawks.
And they're pretty proud about this based on this article they have on their website. They're pumping this up.
The owner's wife is the one doing it.
And they make no they're not making that hidden either. They're like, it's a collaboration that is very meaningful to me after all the work we did to put together Magic City and American Fantasy, said Jamie Gertz.
Jackson, how are the Hawks this year?
Not good. Not good. They traded Trae Young.
I'm on the motorcade.
Yeah, it's all motorcade all the time. Go Pistons.
And I can get plus 1,000 if I put on Pistons Thunder NBA Finals.
Yeah.
I mean, don't I have a fiduciary responsibility if I'm getting 10x returns on that while I'm lighting money on fire with Movie Boy?
Not when JT is rearing to come back with
Justin Timberlake, Doug.
With the Celtics, and the Celtics are still playing well, so I would just be cautious there.
It looks like that Tatum is coming back.
Yeah.
All signs.
Well, he's worth Maine right now.
Doug, Jamie Gertz has issued a statement. I guess she might be a surprise guest.
Now?
She says, this is to Fox 5 in Atlanta. This collaboration and theme night is very meaningful to me.
Sure.
After all the work we did to put together Magic City and American Fantasy, Jamie Gertz said. The iconic Atlanta institution has made such an incredible impact on our city and its unique culture.
Oh, please.
And if Jamie Gertz runs for office, she's got my support.
She's claiming a strip club is a major institution in their city. Really?
I would tell you Hollywood Nights in Washington Park, Illinois had a major impact on me.
I would say if you ask people my age group, so anyone under 30 who listened to any hip hop at all in their life, said, name me like 5 things about Atlanta, Magic City would come up in
Look
a
at
lot
that, Doug.
of that.
Maybe you need to apologize to Jackson and his friends.
I won't be apologizing. That's music.
Right.
But it's not promoting a strip club at a sporting event.
I am with you that I think this is probably a bad idea. If it was just
sleazy.
If Magic City were to like completely branch out their kitchen to a separate entity and it was like Magic City Kitchen Night.
No one cares about the kitchen. No one cares about the wings. The people who are against this could care less about the wings.
I know, but I'm saying, but they're not bringing dance. They're not going to be like stripping in the middle of the court.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, they're going to bring chicken wings?
Yes.
Throw them out to the crowd.
Like a chicken wing gun. Heads up.
You could lose an eye.
Just sauce.
Heads up.
Boiling hot chicken wing coming into your face.
Now that would be fun.
Did you want, hey, 310, section 310, did you want the dry rub or the buffalo?
Heads up.
Name 5 things more Atlanta than Magic City that aren't sports, Doug. That's from Ed Time of the Brothers Time. There's Steve and there's Ed. This was Ed.
I don't know.
There's Peach Street and there's Peach Avenue.
But what does it say
Lane.
about a city if one of their big cultural icons is a strip club?
I don't.
Not much.
But what Papers, I believe, is saying, it's a well-known place. Songs are often use it as a reference point, but you're not saying this is a great idea for a market.
No, I don't think that I don't see the synergy there. Although I get that it would probably sell a lot of tickets, but it's then the moral question is like, do you think we should be promoting a strip club? You know, even if it's not necessarily promoting the stripping aspect of it.
No.
Be like if the Battlehawks did like a Queen of Hearts night.
Right. But I would say that Magic City is much more of a cultural landmark in Atlanta than
You're on board with Jamie Gertz.
than any strip club in this area would be. Maybe that's what we need in this city to really
better strip club,
or just like a very famous.
You're running for office, Papers.
Yeah, Magic City West.
I think it's perfect in St. Louis, where it's there if you want it, but it's not like right in your face.
Right.
In Miami, you could go to a grocery store and right next to it was a strip club and then a school. There was like no zoning at all.
Right.
And it was kind of uncomfortable at times.
Right, but it'd probably be more walkable.
Yeah, here, if you want it, it's 15, 20 minutes away, but it's not on your way to
But
school.
the poor kid leaving school. Oh, there's Dad. He's in the parking lot, one over. He'll be here shortly.
Yeah.
Pretty sad.
You're welcome to get involved and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It comes your way up in about an hour. And Schaefer Door Company, Jason Gossrau, giving away a garage door or doors, up to $5,000 worth of them. For the winner of the emailer of the month, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, tell us about Design Air, if you would be so kind.
Love talking about Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA, and long time here in St. Louis, more than a century. In this industry, it's evolved over the years, and so has Design Air. So heating and cooling, the technology is amazing these days. And when they come out to your home, they can explain to you why this particular furnace HVAC unit is going to be best for you. You've got options. They walk you through it all. Installation, outstanding. Great team. The employees are just great to deal with. Whether it's a repair or a full installation, We love talking about the repair team, the employees, because they are just awesome people. They love working for Design Air. There is a difference when you see employees, if they enjoy where they work. There is a big difference. The product's great. People are great. It's designairservice.com year-round. There are choices you can make, and we've had stories people have sent in where another company might have said, hey, you need a brand new unit. Then they bring in Design Air, say, actually, it's just a simple repair. Make sure you're with the best. These folks will tell it to you straight. designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor the email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, is it the Horny Banker or the Horny Baker? I think it's Horny Banker.
Banker. It's
But initially, it was saved as Horny Baker.
Right. Like an
So,
erotic,
Doug, this is the guy making your muffins in the morning, and he says Randy, but it was a banker. And he says, I've never heard a collection of people talk who've clearly never been to an NBA game. The clientele isn't the helmet nacho mouth breathers with 9 toes. That's from the Horny Banker.
Are they 9 toes?
I think that's a diabetes reference.
Oh, yeah, the Sugarfoot will get you.
Sugarfoot. I thought it was like a power washing thing.
I've gone to a number of Miami Heat games, actually. Jackson, I got to see the big three.
Yeah, the Heatles. That's pretty incredible.
You like that, the Heatles?
No, I don't care for it.
I think I've been to 7 or 8 NBA games, which is a damn shame, but about as best as I can do. Living in this is a real basketball desert here in terms of pro ball.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, right. You can get yourself to Memphis.
It's all 4 hours. It's all 4 hours.
It's not that far.
I know. I've been to all of the ones that are in the close proximity.
People adopted the Chiefs here, no problem.
Yeah, well, I have a problem with that too.
Oh. NFL's a little different. It's all the games are on the weekend. You can drive up there and make a weekend out of it. It's a little harder to do the NBA thing.
Memphis is a very easy drive, in fairness. And Indianapolis
Well,
a
I
little
thought we were
further.
in the desert.
Well, we
Yeah,
are, but
how about
it's still a 4-hour drive.
So what?
I know. I've done it. You're preaching to the choir here.
Yeah, Chicago, Indy, Memphis. It's all around.
Been to
you.
all of them. And I've been to MSG, the Mecca.
Okay, hot shot.
Yeah, Billy Joel.
I've never been
there. You're welcome to get involved. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You want a $5,000 garage door? Compete in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Email in today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you want a text name, it increases the chances of you getting read. Politely ask for it. Jackson will see it. Change your name. And then, of course, you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. We are broadcasting from the Stifel studios here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, what a crappy rainy day. Need a little pick-me-up. Head to Village Bar. Have yourself a little lunch. I was off work Sunday. We were up there. Papers were up there. We were up there, the family, Sunday night. Grab a little food.
Yeah,
man.
hell yeah.
Just can't beat
Waffle
it.
fries.
Anytime. You know what? Sheldon said I wouldn't mind some of the crinkle cut. Both are available. Great menu, great people up at the Village Bar. Such a cool hangout, whether it's lunchtime, happy hour, meeting your friends, taking the family up there. The games are always on. Just a great atmosphere with an awesome menu, best cheeseburger in town. That is undisputed. And then on top of that, it's the home to 1879 Distilling. The barn out back, that's where they make these award-winning products. The spirits that are picking up awards throughout the region, Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Whiskey, all made right there in back. 1879distilling.com is where you can read the whole backstory. Beautiful website. And don't forget on Saturdays, the tasting room from noon to 5. The tasting room is open. You can find out more about the product, sample it. Beautiful location as well. It's like a speakeasy. It's a little small tavern there, just connected. It's all part of the same building, but it's open on Saturdays, noon to 5. Make sure and check it out. It's 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, I made a request for the Lost Boys, and I just got...
This is Lost Boys.
In excess.
I thought you said the Yearn.
If somebody will show me how to play it back, I can play it back for you.
I don't even know. That song isn't even anywhere on their Apple.
The Lost Boys, In Excess, Doug.
Okay.
Good times. Jimmy Barnes. I was very specific.
Yes, you were. It's certainly not your fault, Tim.
Thank you. Cry Little Sister. Thou shalt not kill. Remember that? It was scary.
I don't really.
The vampires flying around. They went to carnivals and bit people's necks. And then I get this.
You don't like the Yearn?
I'm starting to wonder about this show. You know?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's hard to figure.
What are you wondering? Whether it makes any sense?
I think so.
Ever?
I think so.
This doesn't.
It just doesn't. But we are giving away a monster prize for our emailer of the month, and that's courtesy of Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER, door.com. That's one F. A longtime TMA sponsor, and now giving away a $5,000 garage door or doors to the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling emailer of the month. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door opener is strong, quiet, and versatile. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's schaeferdoor.com or the number they set up for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. Well, we're approaching trade deadline day in the NHL, and The Athletic with the column this morning, one bold trade for every NHL team. And, Doug, what do you think they have for your St. Louis Blues?
Probably Robert Thomas.
Yep.
But I don't know, of course, who they'd be getting in
But
return.
nothing else would be bold, right? Cairo, even, that doesn't feel bold at this point.
I think it
Shen,
would be
Falk.
bold. I would put that in the bold category.
Cairo, but it just
I
feels
would.
like it's been discussed.
Shen Falk wouldn't be bold.
Right. There's so many bitter, man, a little bold, but I feel like Cairo has been in play for so long. Thomas feels for sure the boldest move.
Jeremy Rutherford in The Athletic writing the following. I have been of the mindset that the Blues will not trade Thomas by the deadline and that his situation will be readdressed in the offseason, but there is a lot of chatter behind the scenes right now. My prediction is that Blues general manager Doug Armstrong will find a team that comes close to his asking price, not all the way, but close enough, and they will get the deal done. How about that? If that is the case, that means one final game for Robert Thomas as a St. Louis Blue tomorrow night in Seattle. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I'm a little bit surprised that Thomas is the guy that they would move. Well, they haven't done it yet, but that they would want to move because he is still young, still, if not the best player on the team. He's in the conversation for being that.
What if he wants out?
If he's like demanding a trade, well, yeah, that would be different.
Yeah.
And he is a playmaker, and they haven't given him a whole lot to work with. If you're a guy who likes to primarily set up the other player, he's obviously can score goals, but as a playmaker, you can look at some of the lines he's been on. Maybe he says, put me on a team with better talent, and I'll be a bigger star.
And if you're going to get something in return that you can really build around too, it's gonna come at a big price, and Thomas would be a steep price to pay.
And they're all pointed to Utah. Bill Armstrong, the GM there for the Doug, is the Mammoth out there?
Yes,
the Utah Mammoth.
Uh-huh.
The Bill Armstrong used to be here with Doug Armstrong. But it does seem like it's picked up a lot of steam as far as Thomas being on the move.
Bruins fans, Canadiens fans, and Mammoth fans monitoring it in particular.
I mean, I guess Cairo traded would be bold because you're giving up a proven goal scorer. You know, he's having a down year. He has been a proven goal. Frustrating to fans, doesn't always play the two-way game, but a proven goal scorer. And so if you do that, it's risky. I just feel like the Thomas one is more stunning. Like, wow, you're moving on from one of your really, because he has never taken the shrapnel that Cairo has. So I think if you're trading him, people are saying, wow, for what reason? Well, is it just the return? Because he's a pretty young guy. That would be fascinating to hear Armstrong. Why now? Why move him?
So we were talking about what Chaim Bloom had to say when he was on foul territory yesterday as they made their way through spring training and were in Jupiter. And the transparency with the fan base that he certainly has been practicing since he's become the president of baseball operations, which I think has been pretty well received by the majority of the Cardinal fan base, despite the low expectations for the team this year. If the Blues were to trade Jordan Kyrou, I think the majority, this doesn't mean everyone, of course, but the majority, and I think it would be pretty vocal, would be happy about that. Now, what if the Blues trade Robert Thomas? What do you think the response from the fan base would be?
I don't think they'd be too thrilled about it.
And maybe just a little confused. I think that's one you'd have to kind of spell it out for the fans. Okay, why does this make sense? Or why now?
Yeah.
And if he did request to be traded, I don't know if you say that. If he says that, I guess if he says it, then it certainly frees you up.
Well, when's he on Papers? Thursday? Our weekly visit?
With Jeremy Rutherford?
Here's one rail of Adderall.
Sorry, just kidding.
You see the left wing of the butterfly on my tramp stamp? That's where it is. Just get a little rail, and you will have heard Martin ask about Robert Thomas's appearance on the show.
Oh, well, it used to just be whenever.
Maybe he'll call in. Rails of Adderall.
Maybe
like
the right butterfly.
That was the joke. Maybe he'll call in to break the news to this year's show. But would he admit on the way out if he wanted to trade? I don't know. I mean, I think Armstrong would probably tell you exactly how this played out once it's done. I don't think he would hold too many details back. But I think the fan base, I think a higher percentage would be upset about it.
Yeah.
Cup, first round pick, Stanley Cup winner. Still appears to be a pretty high-level player.
Well, we don't know what Robert Thomas would say or Doug Armstrong, but we do know what one of the team's goalies thinks. So this is kind of surprising to hear from a member of the organization.
Dada?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's not a goalie.
Trading Thomas, especially to Utah, would haunt this team for 8+ years. Brain-dead move. You would be looking for a center tomorrow, just like you have with Petro for years now. That's from Blue Stanley Cup winning goalie Daddy Padre, DBA Dada.
He wasn't on the team that won the Stanley Cup. He sat in the upper deck on the off chance that like 5 other goalies were injured. And the thing about trading Thomas, if you do, you're going to want even younger players, which means it's going to be a player or players that most of the St. Louis fan base have never heard of. And so that's going to sway public opinion also. Most hockey fans don't know who the prospects are on these other teams, didn't watch them play in college or anything. So it always seems like a bad move to trade somebody who's a proven veteran, even a young veteran like Thomas, for a name or two that you don't know, that you're not familiar with.
Well, would you prefer a hockey trade, Doug?
I would like a hockey trade.
Where they get some NHL level talent in return.
Mm-hmm.
Trading Thomas and not Kyrou would make me puke. If Thomas goes, they both have to go. That's from the River to Perry yacht captain.
Okay. Well, we don't want anyone throwing up.
I have never agreed with Dada, but I do in the case of Robert Thomas. Do not do it. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. I'm with Daddy Padre. That's from Stepdad Gary. And look at the support for Daddy Padre in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah, I don't think it excuses him calling himself Dada, though. What's that even mean? Why would he be Dada?
Daddy Padre, call in 314-974-01.
Daddy? Dada?
I just read it as Dada.
Okay.
Daddy Padre, big boy.
Right there he is.
That's the guy telling us who the Blues should trade.
Wow, Doug watched a different Stanley Cup final than the rest of us. Respect Daddy Padre, big boy. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
Yeah, I didn't see him play at all. I didn't see it.
The only way you trade Thomas is if you get a king's ransom in return. That's from the 314.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, he's not one of the top players in the league, one of the top players on this team, but I'm not sure he's a player that's going to bring you back a king's ransom.
Trading him to Utah is dangerous because he's in the division. Then you're going to see him a lot.
You know what else is dangerous is not paying your taxes.
There you go.
You can get in big trouble with the IRS. Janine Lindemoller probably knows that. She should have called Mark Milton. He'll be on your side if you have to battle the godforsaken tax man. A lot of people have tax problems. Mark Milton tells me that a lot of people just simply don't file their returns. I didn't know that was such a big deal, but he said, yes, a lot of people just think that the IRS is never going to come knocking. They'll never have to pay the piper, but sooner or later, they do. And if you've got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, bothering you, or maybe even worse, you've got an IRS criminal investigation, then you've got some serious legal issues. That's why you contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You're saying, who is this guy? Well, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the entire country, and now he is right here in St. Louis. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. Any kind of IRS issue at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Well, this is a treat. I didn't see it on the polosplus.com dossier, polosplus.com. Just enter promo code TMA to get 10% off when you check out. But we have a former goalie on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Brian Elliott.
Kind of fun. Kid Els. No, it's actually
Grand
Daddy
Fuhrer.
Padre. No, Daddy Padre. Better goalie.
Okay.
Dada joins us. Dada, you are on with Doug Vaughn.
Hey, what up, boys?
Yeah, hello, Padre.
Hey, Dougie, how you doing?
I'm fine. You?
Not bad.
Okay.
This guy sounds like a hockey player,
He's
too.
a vending machine salesman.
And a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Martin.
Yeah, like worse than what said. Honestly, it would just be the dumbest. I don't understand this whole mindset that we have to get him out of here because he's old. He's 26 years old. He'll be looking for the replacement tomorrow. They made the playoffs last year. I don't think they're like. I know they're god awful this year, but they're not like a gazillion moves away from being a playoff team. It'd be like one thing if they still had like O'Reilly, and don't get me wrong, he's played awesome this year, but like O'Reilly, like they had like older veterans on the team. They were trying to get younger. This team's not even that old. They have like 5 or 6 guys over the age of 30, and probably 3 of them will be traded this week. I don't understand the mindset of trading away a guy that you took 2-3 years to finally develop into like what he is. And he has an injury-riddled season. The whole team's shooting percentages are brutal. Their defense in their own zone's brutal. And, the goalie's numbers. I just think it'd be really dumb to trade in division to a team that you're going to be battling with probably for the next 8 years.
Yeah. Well, I haven't traded him yet. And I don't think we've heard anyone within the Blues organization say, yeah, we'd really like to trade Thomas.
And somebody texted he's always hurt. And I'm like, well, the last 4 years he played 72, 73, 82, and 70 games. So, yes, this year he's been hurt. But you got to be careful with some of the narratives, too.
No, always hurt would be like Jaden Schwartz. I mean, and I love Jaden Schwartz. He was a solid player, and he was unbelievable in that cup run. But he was always hurt, and he still to this day is always banged up.
Didn't he used to light you up in practice? He lit you up in practice, didn't he?
I don't know, Doug. I had a hot glove versus him a few times. You know what I mean?
Hot glove, hot mitt.
Waffle fries.
But no, I really think that they need to work on finding a number one defenseman if they need to find anything. I don't think they should be trading away their number one centerman. And like you've alluded to many times, Tim, the Buchnevich deal will be the quickest way to getting back on the right track, getting out of that deal somehow. I don't know how in the world they're going to get out of that deal. That's an albatross.
Boy, that is brutal. You are.
And you call that just like many of us call that from day one. And I can say that about Bucci, Dougie, because he wasn't a teammate of mine. You know what I mean, Dougie?
Right. Yes, I know. None of these guys were teammates of yours.
Yeah.
Well, there's only a handful left from the Cup team, Doug. Dada, Thomas,
Dada was not
Shen,
on the roster.
Bennington.
We just lost one of my teammates yesterday in Fabry. It was a sad day to see him go. Martin, it was sad to see Fabs go up to Minnesota.
And then Senkos was on the Cup team, left, came back, Doug. So does he count?
Right. Yeah, he counts. But this fella here, he was a traffic cone in practice in front of the net.
Well, hey, I will say this. I was talking with Shenner the other day, and I did mention him. I did tell him, Doug, I did say we haven't had a good winning season since I left the emergency goalie situation. So, we were Cup winners when I left it.
And what did the Blues captain have to say in response to that?
He said, ha, 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 true that. That's all he said.
Oh.
So.
Did you leave, or were you thrown out as a persona non grata?
Put it this way. I didn't want to get a shot, and that was part of the gig, and yeah, I just moved along.
No,
this is a COVID vax. So you'd still be in the NHL if you would have gotten the COVID vax.
Well, I was skating with the boys, and all of a sudden I got off the ice one day, and they said, "Are you still not you still not shot it up? And I said, no, I'm not. And they said, all right, well, you can't keep skating with the boys then. I said, okay. And I said, well, and then I just moved along.
This is a 30 for 30 waiting to happen.
Now I'm on his side.
Look at that. You're a Daddy Padre guy.
Yes.
I want to hear somebody in the background say, all right, who are you talking to? They're out of zingers over at the nursing home. Load them up.
And honestly, it wasn't all political with me. It was just me and my wife just had a miscarriage, so she was a nurse at the time. I just didn't feel comfortable getting it, and that was the rest is history. Now I have 3 kids. I don't have time to do it. Doug saw me down at the game a few weeks ago. We were hanging out in the
were you in the room?
Lounge called down there. Yeah, Doug was boozing. He was hammered. I couldn't even.
What were you drinking? Scotch again?
Swinging from a chandelier, if I remember it right.
Hammered.
Yeah, but no, I just had to call in because Timmy gave me the old bat signal, so I figured I'd call in.
Yeah,
But I really don't think trading your number 1 center is a very good idea. But hey, what do I know, right?
What if he goes to L'Habitant or goes to Boston? Take the Salt Lake element out of it.
Honest to God, I like the Salt Lake prospects better than I like the Habitant and the Bruins.
Everyone's prospects?
Well, yeah. Well, Friedman, Elliot Friedman is about as good as they get. He is the Adam Schefter. He is the Shams, as Jackson would like to reference there.
The Nevin Shapiro.
Yeah, he is that good. And when he leads his Saturday headlines on Hockey Night in Canada with Robert Thomas and alluding to the prospects that, I think he's honest on that. And they're loaded. They are absolutely loaded. I personally would like back, if you really had to trade him, I'd want Logan Cooley, but they would never do that. So that's the old Jimmy Snuggerud line mate there in Minnesota, Dougie.
Okay, why do you have to say Dougie?
Because he's a hockey guy.
Okay.
What about Dougie Hamilton?
Dougie Waite.
Dougie Waite, number 39.
Okay. I asked Strick the other day, Martin, why he calls you Martin, and I was like, Timmy does that too, and he's like, yeah.
That's when producer Joe. That goes back. It's a good question, Daddy Padre. That's when producer Joe was our producer, and when he would be condescending with Martin, he would say, "Well, Martin," that's what he would do. So that is where it comes from.
Joe condescending, which
the brand. Thank you, Dada.
That's it. All right, boys, have a good day.
Okay, we'll see you.
Dougie, I love it when you scream my name, baby.
There you go. Cup winner on this program. Put it on the board.
Do we have prediction? What our prediction was over under on Blues players traded deadline 2 p.m. Friday.
I feel so good about over 2.5.
And I think Curb said 3 or 4.
Yes.
I don't think Thomas is getting traded.
You really don't?
No. So then I like Sundquist. Okay, sure, but then Falk or Shen. Maybe Falk, I'm going to say, is just about a lock.
Okay.
I think they may have to wait till the season's over to trade some of those high-salaried veterans. Just because of the salary cap thing.
The thing that they got to work through is you got to. It's just not nearly as talked about. I don't think as the Mazalek Bloom thing is the Armstrong Steen thing. Who's running what? One guy's taking over. You got the same damn thing going on here. You really do. What do you like? We have the coalition of the veterans getting traded away in this market, left and right, man. It is something else.
The parallels
between the two
franchises are eerie.
It is unbelievable.
But I feel like Shen's value would be at the deadline. Somebody that's making a cup run, wants the veteran type guy. Off-season Shen doesn't seem as interesting to me for another team.
No, but the other teams have to fit him into their salary cap.
I understand, but I just, if they don't take him at the deadline, I don't see him in the summer being a great fit. I think now would be the time when you want him for a playoff push.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying on that. I just feel like the number is 2.5 is super low. But hey, you know what? The good news is, Doug, we'll find out on Friday at 2 p.m.
Sure. Okay.
It is TMA, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. They're talking it over, and it's great to see so many friends gathered. You can subscribe to the TMA STL channel, and if we get to 6,700 subscribers by Friday, Doug gets gold bullion.
Gold bullion.
John Scores is talking to JDB. And Kevin at the Lake and Bill Reloaded and Adam Welly, and there are 265 people talking it over. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can also text in 314-399-9646. That is how you can get involved in the program. And we've got our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here at approximately 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. Good news, Nevin Shapiro has done a new podcast, and he is not happy with the criticism of Ruben Bain's short arms.
How short are these arms? Like T-Rex arms?
T-Rex. Yeah, like he can barely reach his treats.
Oh, okay.
Did we reach out to Nevin?
It still sits in my inbox, my Hubbard Radio inbox.
It's not going anywhere. I don't think anyone's going to scoop him up.
John Jay's reaction was something that I noted on my should we or should we not. But the good news is we have his podcast, and he is all worked up. That is coming up on the presentation. And even better news, Joe Lenardi has just released brand new Bracketology within the last hour. We'll have it for you next here on the Morning After 101 ESPN.
Schnucks has the rewards program where you save money every time you check out. It's also where they send those coupons directly to you. On top of all that, something new, something fun, even more rewarding. They've launched a new way to save. It's called Schnucks Rewards Boost. It's like a game, but the prize is money off your grocery bill. Here's how easy it is. Just open the Savings tab inside the Schnucks Rewards app and select Boost. That's Boosts. Hit Activate on whatever boost you like and shop as usual. Then you're able to track your progress toward completing the boost right in the app. Just make sure to meet the goal before the expiration date, and you earn even more rewards. That's on top of the rewards that you were already earning. So add to your weekly and daily rewards by doing the Schnucks Boost program and get additional rewards. How about that? Try out Boost today. Pretty simple. Just go inside the app, select Boost, hit Activate, and start shopping and start saving. All of this only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Clippers defeat the Warriors last night 114-101. Kawhi Leonard, the Claw, with 23 points and 8 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
She left me for his northern Iowa team in 89. My second wife's name was Fifth Down. She left me blaming the field turf with Bill McCartney. What a clown. My third wife's name was Ty Sidney. She trimmed Eric Grimm's nails way too short. My fourth wife's name was Flea Kicker. She tore out my insides and made my Nebraska red ticker. I won't say that I'm sad, numbness is my joy. Waiting for the Tigers to lose, and here comes another pool boy.
Another pool boy, Doug, is the title of this track after Jackson said it was pool boys sleeping with Missouri. Gabe? Doug?
Gabe discussed it? I don't remember who said. Someone sent in a text. I can't remember.
I don't think Gabe started it,
but he liked it.
Yeah, I think he might use it.
Maybe we can get that going. Do you think he'll do a post-game show tonight?
No.
No?
Maybe. I guess 6 p.m. tip.
That was 7. 6? Is it really?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You got ILL at 8.
Yeah.
18.5 point favorites. Missouri's getting 2.5 tonight on the road against Oklahoma. I kind of like the Tigers.
It makes almost too much sense where it's like maybe
that's what you said about NC State and Duke.
Playing off. No, that was a. I remember I didn't even want to give that pick. I was kind of browbeat into giving it.
Oh my God!
Oh Lord!
Yeah, so that's
me and Doug at the same time.
Counsel has advised me that's the line I should take.
That you were browbeat?
Yeah. Okay. I was kind of forced into giving that pick.
Okay.
Coerced, Stephen.
Unbelievable what just was posted by Joe Ladardi. This is a moment here on this show.
Bracketology.
You know, you talk about
the turkey.
Bracketology.
Okay.
And Jackson Burkett has been adamant when he does his rankings of the 3 local programs that St. Louis University and Missouri are a tie. Then Illinois is number 1. Well, Joe Lunardi might be starting to see the light, too. The Billikens are now an 8 seed, and they'll be taking on Iowa, a team that they played in a secret practice game.
We don't know that they're going to play.
Secret practice game. And they'll be playing them in Greenville because waiting for the Billikens will be Duke and their Blue Devils, who last night were able to cover the 9.5 points by winning by 70 over NC State.
Yeah.
Who would have seen that coming?
Jackson was browbeat into giving that pick.
I was.
Now Missouri is in the 8-9 game as well. They're a 9 seed, edging up to Jackson's tie for the Billikens and the Tigers. They have moved up to a 9 seed, and they will take on Clemson. And if they get past Clemson, there's Arizona waiting for the Tigers. Jackson, just like we thought was going to be the case in 2023 before Princeton took care of Arizona when they were a 2 seed in this tournament.
God, now it reminds me of that tournament where everything was lined up for the Tigers to make to the second weekend. They couldn't get past Princeton.
Princeton beat them pretty bad, too, didn't they, with that backdoor cut?
It was a lot of threes and offensive rebounds. which is very frustrating to watch. Oh, we got to stop. Nope, couldn't corral the miss.
I have to tell you, I'm surprised to see Illinois still in St. Louis.
Yeah, a little bit.
Illinois is a 2 seed. Now they're taking.
Can't believe they're a 2.
Yeah,
that seems high.
He's just making it up.
Excuse me?
He's just making all this up.
I do enjoy the headline at ESPN.com. It says, "Sorry, Bruce Pearl. Miami of Ohio's in, Auburn's out."
Illinois now taking on Eastern Tennessee State. Merrimack is taking on Florida, so another local team. Florida, a 2 seed. I was texting with a Michigan State guy yesterday, and he goes, "We're watching the market for the tickets for the first weekend in St. Louis." And I said, if I had to bet, Sparty's going to be in St. Louis.
Yeah, I can see that.
But Sparty is up in Buffalo, taking on Wright State. Illinois gets the nod to go to St. Louis. According to Joe Lenardi, the 7-10 waiting for them, St. Mary's and SMU. So there it is, Jackson. Do you like the Billikens' chances against Duke and Missouri's chances against Arizona?
No and no.
Oh my God.
No and no.
Play the games out.
No and no.
Maybe we can hit some threes.
No. Arizona would out physical Missouri. We saw what that looked like against Tennessee in the offensive rebound category. Be concerned about that. Concerned about just their size in general. And then Duke, I don't know if anyone's going to beat them.
You're taking Duke to win his tournament right here and right now?
It's chalky, but chalk hits. We saw chalk hit in the major way last year. I think it's going to be another chalky year. Maybe not a chalky Final Four like last year was all 1 seeds, but it's Duke, Michigan, and Arizona.
John Shire, since taking over at Duke, his record is 117 and 24.
Jesus.
Sweet mother of mercy.
That's probably a better winning percentage than Krzyzewski had. He's right up there with
first couple seasons, yeah.
Billikens can beat Drake 2.0, a.k.a. Iowa. Avenge Wichita. That's from Kevin at the Lake.
Yeah, I like that matchup for SLU. SLU can speed them up, kind of. But if that Bennett Sturritz gets hot, heads up.
He likes to bank in threes?
We saw what happened when SLU played Rhode Island when that kid got red hot from deep. It's really hard to.
It can happen against any team you play, really.
No doubt. You got to have the guy that can get hot, though. And Bennett Sturritz is one of those guys.
Doug, is SLU going to have an answer for Shane Boozer in the second round? What about the diaper dandies? That's from Mitch in Sicily. Women are more dangerous than shotguns. Cumstein.
His name isn't even Shane.
Women are more dangerous than shotguns? Is that what he said?
It's from Godfather.
Okay.
When Michael goes to Sicily. Apollonia.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Well, that was more of a bomb than a shotgun.
Right. Different scenes.
Billiken fans, I say you're going to win a tournament game. You're happy? You take it and run?
You're never happy when you get bounced out.
Okay.
Big picture, you can look at it.
I think this year you're kind of thinking, God, if we're ever going to get to a 16, if we're ever going to, so you won't take it. You're going to turn that back.
That's really the goal.
So you get another week of talking about it.
That's exactly right, Jackson.
Of hope.
That's exactly right.
It's fun. You get to be involved in the conversation. There's only 16 teams that are going to be talked about. You're one of them. It's very special. Winning one and then being bounced 2 days later
forgettable.
Feels empty.
Yep. Okay. So now win the next 2, 16-2 in the A10. 28-3, and then roll through, win the A10 champ, and go in 31-3.
Love it.
And get yourself so avoid the 8-9.
Get that 6 seed.
Just get out of that 8-9. Yeah, I wonder what their ceiling is, but get out of that 8-9 where that second game is against a top seed.
So the 3 seeds per Joe Lenardi: Kansas, Purdue, Nebraska, and Iowa State. And then you look at the 4-2 seeds of Michigan State, Houston, Florida, and Illinois. There is I think, a gap there. Although I think Illinois fans would agree that right now you're a little concerned about where the Illini are. But the point being, that's the draw of getting to that 6 seed, if it's possible. I actually would tell you this. I think Missouri has a better chance to get there than the Billikens do, and that's because the opportunity's in front of them. You go out and beat Oklahoma and Arkansas this week, and then get a couple of good wins in Is it in Nashville next week? It's been in Nashville. In Nashville next week, and you have the opportunity that St. Louis University will not. Beating Loyola and beating George Mason and then being one of the double bye teams and playing, even if it's a Dayton team that's gotten hot as of late, VCU fighting for their lives, that doesn't lift the ceiling, I think, to the point that Missouri's opportunity does. Am I making sense? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I'm too promiscuous.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Is like it's kind of frustrating, but I get it. It's like they're still talking about like Missouri, like bubble watch, like John Rothstein. Every time the Missouri wins, it's like, oh, bubble watch. It's like if they're one of the teams with a double bye in the SEC tournament, what are we talking about in terms of bubble watch? Like now you're starting to talk about possibly moving up out of the 8-9 matchup and into a 7.
Doug, did you read Drew King's column? He called 2 bracketologists.
No, I missed it today. Normally I read it just as soon as it comes out.
He talked to Kyle Similovsky of Similovsky Sports.
Okay.
Says if Mizzou wins their 2 final regular season games, then goes on to win the SEC tournament, that would likely add 5 quad 1 wins to the resume. And if they can pull that off, I think they could climb as high as a 5 or 6 seed. More realistic, strong finish if they can go 3-1 to finish the season, taking both regular season games and 1 in the SEC tournament before losing in the semis. I'd probably slot them around the 7 or 8 line. Their floor, an 0-2 finish plus a first-round SEC tournament loss, would put them right back on the bubble. I lean towards saying they'd sneak into the field, but with potential bid stealers emerging, there's a worst-case scenario where Missouri gets sent to Dayton or even misses the field entirely. 1+ win, including the SEC tournament. Mizzou should be a lock. 2+ wins should be no worse than they are now, which for me is the last 9 seed. And then he talked with Waco Miller.
Who's Waco Miller?
I said Rocco Miller.
Oh, I thought you said Waco.
Waco? He has bracketeer.org. Somebody already had bracketeer.com, I guess, or .net.
Making things up.
Right now, Mizzou is 34th overall on the board as a solid 9 seed. The floor is a road loss to Oklahoma, home loss to Arkansas, first-round exit to South Carolina in the 9-16 game. 2 Q1s and a Q3 loss. Still would be in the field, but likely down to an 11 or Dayton.
Oof.
Ceiling is to win those 2 Q1 games, and I think a 6 seed is possible in that event, but would need some help. 7 seeds more likely. Official range is between a 6 and an 11 seed.
Okay, stop it, Rocco. Quit it. We don't need that. Just quit it.
We got bracketeer.com because he's got .org.
Bracketeer.
Mizzou's playing so well right now. I think they're going to make a strong finish and maybe get up to a 7.
Boy, you'd feel a lot better if they get Coach Cal at the end. They'd get that momentum.
I would love that.
So they've got bracketology today. Mizzou's a 9. Vandy's a 5. I realize they have a better net. It just feels like too big a disparity.
Vandy's been playing really bad recently.
That's what I'm saying. They're a 5.
Yeah.
Mizzou's a 9. I don't buy it.
But he made this stuff up, so...
Doug, there's a 98% chance Duke, Arizona, or Michigan win the title, which is 1.5% higher than my chances of seeing Doug's rump this weekend.
No, if he plays his cards right.
Some Steven time.
Yeah. Is that on the poly market?
That's hot.
Calci. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up here in about 10 minutes on the Polos Plus dossier. That is Seth Goldcamp and an incredible promotion with Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you can tell us about one. You can tell us about both of them. It doesn't matter. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. What you got?
Schaefer Door Company would be an important name to know, because garage doors just don't last forever without going wrong. Sooner or later, you're going to have a problem with your garage door. And the name that you need to know to get somebody out there to fix it is Schaefer Door. That's Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R. Only one F in Schaefer. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. If you own a business maybe and you got those giant commercial doors, big tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in those types of jobs as well. They can get anything done. They're big enough for any sort of job you could throw at them, small enough that you talk with a real person when you call them on the phone and try to get things going. Their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you an entirely new door if you don't need it. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That's always nice. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text them at 636-782-3608. Easier to remember the website. That is schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. next here on the Polos Plus dossier. Get yours in. Chairman Kurt filtering them through as we have this huge Schaefer Door Company promotion this month. A winner gets $5,000 worth of garage doors from Jason Gossrau and Schaefer Door Company. This is TMA 101 ESPN. College basketball's nonstop big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night, and now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like, the early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up that potential payout. Go safe. Go spicy. Go with the team you've been following all season. It's your parlay, your style now with more upside behind it. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, play your game. It must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable boost builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Do you remember when I asked for Lost Boys music? Do you remember that? I do.
This sounds like Boots Randolph.
That's right. It's a Bootsy Tuesday.
Very similar.
I would advise your counsel to review your contract, and when asked to play return music,
I played Lost Boys.
One of the three hosts.
I played Lost Boys.
And not taking your medication.
I looked
it's
up.
insubordination.
In Excess by Lost Boys. It didn't come up on Apple
I
Music.
just talk with counsel. That's all I would say. Because this clip will probably be used against you.
And they'll say, boy, that Boots Randolph is a delight.
They'd kind of get off on a tangent. Do you think the fact that you're off your medication would be a reasonable explanation?
What's up?
Your
Well,
defense?
Yeah, that's the ace in the hole.
Yeah.
Ace up my sleeve? What's in the hole?
Flip that off.
Snake?
Is it ace in the hole? I thought it was an ace on my sleeve. We'll figure it out.
I was thinking. I think it's an ace in the hole.
If you're tired of not listening to your boss and getting terminated,
yep.
And you're always waking up exhausted, dad bod starting to weigh on you, finding it harder to get excited about, well, basically anything. Well, this new year, let's get back to the old you. You remember that guy, sharp at work, full of energy, fun, the one people enjoyed being around. That's where Mentality comes in. They're not a macho, low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered, and their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and your brain. Mentality starts by listening. They'll run real labs and explain your results in plain English, then build a personalized, science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. So stop telling yourself and everyone around you that you're fine. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. LOWTUSA.com. It's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Chet's neighbor won day one. There's 21 left in the month of March. Somebody's going to win a brand new garage door. Whoever wins the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month wins a Schaefer Door Company brand new garage. Thank you, Jason Gossrau. And Doug, here we go.
Okay, I'm ready.
Gentlemen, I am a teacher. So I usually listen to the podcast on 1.5x speed on my drive home. But since I'd like a new garage door, I thought I would listen live and give this email thing a go. But I've got to say, listening live as opposed to 1.5x speed really makes all of you sound a little inebriated. However, I'm going to power through. Just to be considered in the same sentence as luminaries such as Buck Swope would be a real treat. I'm wearing a black collar this morning and do not consider myself a Hoosier. I'm sure the next 3 hours of the show are magical. Sincerely, Doug's little chuckle.
Doug's little chuckle. He's new.
Morning to you, gents. Say it's a rainy one this morning. Has anyone figured out why West County moms still do 80 in their Jeeps when you can't even see the next car in front of you? I guess the 87 multicolored ducks in the windshield are just as good as headlights. What is that about?
I don't get it.
Is that a duck for each of their kids?
No, apparently you give them to each other. Like if you own a Jeep and you see another Jeep, then you place a duck there. Like they share them. That's what I was told.
Pitiful.
It's a Jeep thing. Okay. You wouldn't get it.
No, I would
call it pitiful.
But apparently, I'm going to have to look this up, just like I looked up Ace in the Hole. But I believe if you see another Jeep, you give them a little duck. And then you collect them. I still, yeah.
You can just hear the rattling ice Starbucks coffee cup and jingling keys walking down towards the office at Lafayette High. Reminds me of every high school teacher I thought was smoking hot, but found out they were on divorce number 3 already and working on 4. Blasphemous. By the way, you are just as big of a problem if you drive a lifted truck with stretched tires on chrome American Force wheels. Pansy, go cut off your broccoli top haircut and tell your boyfriend I loathe his existence.
Oh.
Thanks. That's from the Southside Hash Slinging Slasher.
Southside Hash Slinging Slasher.
Welcome back to DTFTMA XXL. On today's episode, the delectable Douglas Vaughn continues his quest to hoard all the gold bullion in the continental United States
Trying.
to fund the new primetime TMA TV slate. with such bangers as Hot Wifing, Newtown, Battle of the Carports, Cottleville versus Webster Groves, BMI Survivor, and of course, The Real Housewives of TMA. Listeners started GoFundMe so that our fearless leader Tim can feed his boys on the upcoming pizza night. Martin takes shots at the dossier and private texts to take up time before onboarding, and the golden child papers Burkett slaves away, entering new names for the pores of Jeffco and Franklin County. Tune in tomorrow when we undoubtedly break down the latest Mick Cronin meltdown after his Bruins lose a close one to the Huskers. Adios, amigos. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Heiser House Hooligan.
Good morning. Between Tim doing fun facts and Jackson adding all the unnecessary tidbits, I've been diagnosed with secondhand ADHD, waiting for you guys to actually read the meat of the Atlanta Hawks story. Then it somehow pivoted to Andrew Dice Clay. Shout out to the chairman for diplomatically asking the follow-up, hey, so what does that night actually entail? Top-notch show prep, fellas. This show's exhausting. Doug, that's from the Crestwood Coyote, and he played Native American ball with his father.
Oh, yeah, we call it an Indian ball. Yikes. Crestwood Coyote.
Looking back, I didn't enjoy any vacations. Always staying behind the camera taking pictures, afraid of what I would look like if I were in them. Doug, that's from Midge.
Okay. Midge.
From a young age, I always aspired to be in sports talk radio. I'm not what society would call, quote, pleasant to look at. So I needed a profession where I could hide away and spout my opinions all willy-nilly like. You like that term, all willy-nilly?
I don't mind it.
Well, long story short, I didn't have the chops to get into journalism school. And good thing. How could someone like me compete with the likes of Tim and Jackson and Kurt and Martin? I gave up. And then I met Doug. Sold me a story a country mile wide about, quote, exposure and dinner from a box.
Dinner from a
Had a lot of those.
Sold him a story. I like that.
He also sold his white LeBaron convertible. Doug says to me, he says, quote, I named her LeBron. Get it? Needless to say, I changed her name to Dixie. Day one, on my way to intern for Doug at his house, because that's where the stars are conceived. I get in an accident, a rear ender. I call Doug and ask for help. He tells me, vet there, than here, and hung up. Still don't know what that meant, but Doug was done with me. I still think fondly of that day. I almost betted a solid Talk Radio 6.
Oh.
And my Dixie wrecked. Suck it, Miller. That's from Toby.
Toby?
Toby.
Strong.
Toby. I thought it might be Kevin Miller.
Because you recognize the writing.
Yes, I
Not
do.
nearly enough grammatical errors.
Hey, Martin, I was watching the DTF St. Louis pilot last night, and I'm having some struggles with the geography. On one hand, the episode opens with the character riding his bike from a Kirkwood-esque suburb to what looks to be the Dome area. The Dome area.
You'd be biking all day.
Little script fallout.
On the other, his stepkid has a habit of throwing rocks at houses, which would indicate some Fenton lineage. The show also takes place in 2018, and no one has bitched about Dexter Fowler or discussed the exciting new loop trolley construction. Where's the show prep, you asses?
Oh.
Doug, that's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor film student.
Well, I'm here at Fat Buddha Studio, and the broadcasting industry has not been kind to my ability to obtain practical and technical skills. So I think that after a few internships in the AM radio business, I think it's time to pivot into something more lucrative, reviewing fast food in my car. Oh, that chicken was microwaved and seasoned with the shrubs of that day's line cook and assembled as quickly as possible. Just what the world needs is another dumpy cock giving yet another review of the latest and factory-made swill whilst in the driver's seat of my 1994 LeBaron. I replaced the stick shift with the male end of my Sibian, and I can now go 0 to 60 in like 6 seconds.
No.
Ooh, that's not going well, but I'm a young #sexy and hot female living in New York doing vlogs about my daily life and filming my workouts and meal prepping. I've accumulated so many followers that I've pivoted into becoming a marketing and lifestyle #brand, but realized 3 years after that, most people followed me not because of my interest in lifestyle, but because of the Nope.
Can't read it, can you?
Might ended the show.
Okay.
Might ended the show.
Read it. Blocking.
Go ahead.
That flops out of my panty during a video shoot. of myself restocking my fridge with liters of Diet Cola and pizza Lunchables, Doug. Any advice? XOXO, the Vibe Trib Collective, Boho Soul, Western Grit, Handmade for Wild Hearts, and Chafing Thighs.
What was the guy's name? Chafing Thighs?
The Vibe Trib Collective.
Vibe Trib Collective.
I like Dumpy Cock. Pretty good.
TMA all day, brother. Fresh off a heartfelt monologue about how he doesn't follow, track, or allocate a single ounce of brain space to adult actresses who've, quote, blown him off. Iggy somehow had the reflexes of a hawk spotting a field mouse when Tim scrolled past a grotesque Lana Rhoades photo in the text inbox. Tim, consummate media professional, treated it like a gas station sushi tray, saw it, assessed the risk, and moved on. Not Iggy. From across the room, he snipes it. What's that? And like a raccoon who just heard a rapper crinkle, Tim ignores him, again, professional, focused, but he keeps nudging it like a kid who farted in class and needs everybody to notice.
Oh.
Here's the twist. Tim's brain is a TI-83 with fresh batteries. He reverse engineers the area code, the cadence, and the stupidity. It was Iggy who sent in the text.
I remember that.
Cue the back pedal. Watching him deny it was like watching a Roomba try to escape quicksand. Pathetic, mesmerizing, and predictable. That's from Marty Horowitz. Martin, I don't know if you've gotten to that season yet. I think it was season 16 when Iggy, who was sideways with Lana Rhoades, sent in a picture where Lana Rhoades didn't look attractive, and he sent it to the text inbox so we would talk about it. The mistake that he made was that I actually knew his phone number from memory and realized it was Iggy who sent the text in.
It was like one of my first couple of months of the show. I was like, is this how this works?
Wow. I've lost a little momentum on some of the old shows.
Yeah.
But what season did Iggy get bitter? I'm going to try and go back.
Number one.
Season 1?
Yeah. It's always been bitter.
Yeah, proof of concept there.
There is no I in Tim. Actually, there is, and he deserves it. It's funny. I've just always been attracted to the portly fellas, though. The more husky, the better. All my buddies used to be turned on by all of that tall, lanky Barnaby Jones, and not me. Give me an episode of Cannon, and I'm sporting wood. But when my buddy Ralphie's dad fell asleep at our subdivision party, I was on it. And by on it, I mean I taped his nostrils shut, so he had to breathe through his mouth. From there, I turned his mouth into my own personal...
No. You've been suspended for that. Who was it, Tim?
Let me see. Finn, and then the last name is Jeremy.
Finn Germain, he's French, has been suspended. He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and his name, as we speak, is going into the appliance
Careful how you
discounters
write it, Dave.
suspension logule.
I guess that I was just tired of living a lie.
How many are there? Jesus.
They want that garage door, Mark.
Absolutely.
God.
Big Monday.
Wow.
And I'd given my dad Jackson's hot tip on NC State plus 9.5 as a lock, so he'd be in a good mood. I'd practiced what I was going to say, rehearsed it in the mirror, talking through the lump in my throat, but it was time. Dad? My pulse was racing. Can you please put down your lemon pepper wings and pause wife swap? You've probably suspected this for a while, but I want to be honest with you about who I am. I don't want to hide anymore. I am a guy who likes those steamy, hunk romance novels. Silence. Time stood still. My whole body throbbed with anticipation.
Well, what kind of email is this?
Wait, was that the look of betrayal? Isn't that the same stoic expression he had when I told him that I wanted to try out for the ultimate frisbee? Dad, I can answer any questions that you may have. I want you to know that I am still the same guy. I love you, and it's okay to cry. When he didn't seem to care, I immediately wondered if I was just doing this to punish him. I think that's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Bracketeerboy.net.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, I haven't listened with intent this morning, but I did hear Doug ask about the divorcee scene in Clayton. It parallels the drop-off scene for my child's daycare. It consists of mostly worn-out, over-leveraged mid-30-something women who drive vehicles with payments 40% higher than their mortgage.
And they're worn out?
Boy, that's a bad investment on the car. So the payment's 40% higher than the mortgage payment?
Yeah.
They hop out of their vehicles with the wrinkled single pair of Lululemon joggers they wear every day to keep up with the image. And after drop-off, they run home, drink their third iced coffee that their husband's working OT to pay for, so that they have the energy to post their TikTok reactions to current events they know nothing about.
Ooh, superimposed, if you will.
If it's a good day, they may even muster up a fake cry to include in their TikTok to really push it across the finish line. And this all happens before 11 a.m., and that's the 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. nap they take. And then their worn-out 35-year-old husband comes home from his finance job he got because his dad owns the company, but he hates it and only has the ability to drive the company into the ground once dad hands him the keys. This is all in a day's work. Also, the vending machine at the gas station at the intersection of North Geyer and Clayton is empty. Get to work. That's from Chet's neighbor.
Chet's
and
neighbor.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Somebody's going to get another point in the quest to win the Schaefer Door Company garage door, courtesy of Jason Gossrau in this month's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. If you want to give away a prize from your company for the month of April, email me at tmckernan@InsideSTL.com. We'll vote. We'll announce the winner coming your way at approximately 10:55, and then BK and Ferrario take over. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That is the website to head to for your next vehicle. Doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the circumstance. They're going to get your life, get your credit back on track. They'll get you that vehicle, little to no money down, and working real hard to get you the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro has over 50 different lenders they're working with that allows for you to get the best rate possible. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase with financing gets a little complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup along the way. Well, the Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com, great website. Also has the free playbook they put together just for you to understand how the credit industry works. They're going to educate you and help you get the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Leda family. Pretty simple. Need a car? Doesn't matter the circumstance. Get online. It's AutoLoanPro.com.
Oh, he's back. Doug, you recognize this one?
Not really, no.
Does this take you back to Jamie Gertz and Magic City and the Lost Boys? There's Michael Hutchins right there. Can you picture Corey Feldman?
No.
He always would dance like Michael Jackson. He still does that.
Well, weren't they buddies?
Well,
yeah.
He played the role of Mouth in Stand By Me.
That's not a role you want.
He wasn't Mouth.
To be the guy known as Mouth.
Feldman? He plays Teddy. Mouth was like River Phoenix's older brother in the movie. Ace was Kiefer Sutherland. Teddy was Corey Feldman. Jerry O'Connell played Vern.
Mouth was Goonies.
Goonies, right.
Because I was going...
Yeah, that's right. Because
I don't think I've ever been wrong. I mean, that's why I was just for like 8 seconds. I was wondering, hold on a second, am I wrong about something?
No. River Phoenix's older brother in the movie, his nickname is Eyeball.
What, a lazy eye or something?
I don't know. He's getting the snake tattoo at the beginning. Stick and poke.
Doug, you were wondering about Reuben Bain's hand size?
I wasn't.
Good news for you. Nevin Shapiro, our favorite podcast, is covering it.
Okay. Hit the lever, please, Pale. Hit the lever.
His arm length is among the shortest of any DN in the history of the NFL Combine.
He's top 10 worthy. Realistically, I think he lands top 20. But he's top 10 worthy in my opinion.
The reason why they made this comment, just so everyone knows, his arm length is among the shortest of any DN in the history of the NFL Combine for defensive ends.
I've never heard that.
It's the music that scares me. I'm frightened by the music.
It's one of the most nothing clips I've ever heard, but that music under it makes it seem like it's really groundbreaking.
He's worried about a defensive end's arm length?
Yeah.
I cannot get enough of it.
It's wild.
That would really only bother you if you're trying to jump up to block a pass. Other than that, it doesn't matter much, does it?
I wouldn't think so.
You have the actual conversation going on, but then you have the music.
Oh, it scares me. It's like there's somebody right behind me and I don't see him.
You don't think arm length matters for a defensive end?
Well, how short can these arms be?
I mean,
T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
If you got little T-Rex guys, you're trying to get around some big offensive lineman.
I'm sure you'd rather have the largest people you can possibly get, but I would guess maybe his arm length is, an inch shorter than someone else's? 2 inches, maybe? Does that really make that much difference?
What's more important,
matters.
Arm length for a D end or hand size for a quarterback?
Probably hand size for a quarterback.
Yeah. So they said it was a knock against Kenny Pickett. His hands were too small.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you got the ball in your hands all the time, you'd want the biggest mitts you can get. Plus, the ball's kind of bigger than you think it is.
It's always bigger. Like a real NFL ball is always a lot bigger than you think it is.
Titanic would have been better if Corey Feldman played Jack. Doug, paint me. Paint me like one of your French girls.
I don't have a brush.
That's from The Mitch, as you know, is named after a sugar magnate, but there was nothing sweet about how this cum scene started.
He went Corey Feldman instead of Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes.
Okay.
I think those are the finalists.
When a movie's a big hit, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to imagine anyone other than the actor who
always
played
talk
being
about
the
that
star.
because Leo was offered Dirk Diggler and Boogie Nights, but chose to do Titanic. They got Wahlberg. I think it worked out for both pretty well. Like, I don't think Leo would be as good as Dirk Diggler.
Marky Mark, of course, was with the Funky Bunch, and they had Feel the Vibration, 91, 92, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. Then he, I think, was with Reese Witherspoon on that roller coaster in Fear, which predated Boogie Nights. Am I right on that?
Basketball Diaries, too. So they say, the story goes that Paul Thomas Anderson, who directed Boogie Nights, wanted Leo. Leo said, no, I'm going to do Titanic, but you should consider my buddy Mark Wahlberg, who I just did Basketball Diaries
How about
with.
that?
I think he'd be great. That's how the story goes. Who knows how much truth there
Doug,
is.
Martha Plimpton was going to be Rose. That's from Stepdad Gary.
That's not. I'm sorry. That's not the highest grossing movie of all time. If it's Corey Feldman and Martha Plimpton in Titanic, as much as I like both of them.
I would lick the sweat off of Sean Astin. I love his plump pink Rodericks.
Stop it.
From Strictly Pibbles, who usually sends in pictures of his wife.
Does Sean Astin have breasts?
Clip that off.
Why would he?
I don't know.
Doug, he sacked the Georgia Tech quarterback at the end of Rudy.
Yes, he did.
I mean, if you line me up as a defensive end, how many sacks am I getting
Every
against you?
play, Tim.
How are your Rodricks? I guess I'd have to ask.
Thank you. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 212 friends have gathered in there, and they're talking it over. You can talk it over in there, too. Open up the TMA STL YouTube channel and subscribe to it. Doug, Gwyneth Paltrow is in second place to play the role of Rose.
That I can see.
Okay.
That I can see.
Fresh off of 7.
Fresh off of that, and I think Shakespeare in Love was the year after.
I think Shakespeare in Love was 98.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Best Picture's 99. It's never been kissed with Drew Barrymore.
It's an unbelievable shame that Shakespeare in Love won over Saving Private Ryan.
Do we really know?
Unbelievable.
Do we really know who finishes in second place?
Sometimes that
you
comes
think
out.
the producers release a list? Well, here's who didn't make it. No,
Years later, there's like a comprehensive list for like Pulp Fiction of who was considered to be all these different roles.
I'm not movie boy, but Claire Danes was actually before Gwyneth Paltrow. Just to set the record straight.
I like that too. I want to be on the record that I like that.
Yeah, she was on Stern talking about that relatively recently, actually. I saw that now that you say that, Sherman.
Yeah. They landed Winslet and Leo pretty perfect, but I like both Claire Danes and Gwyneth Paltrow for that.
This is a taste of what you get on Movie Boy, without Gareth, of course.
Yeah, Sans.
Are there any without
Sans
Gareth?
Exactly. Oh, I've been on twice. Doug, you've been on, haven't you?
Yeah.
I forget. Was it?
We talk about Grown Ups too.
Grown Ups 2, the worst movie ever made. Fantastic cast, just the god-awful movie I've ever seen.
Doug, you want to talk about something? I feel like you're getting ready to tell me about something.
Well, I was going to say people that should have been considered for leading roles in major motion pictures are the repairmen for Design Air. Because that's the home of the handsome repairmen. Men like Larry the Silver Fox. There's a heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian, the rugged Joe. Sometimes he brings Joey, sometimes he does not.
Heavily muscled.
It seems to be hit and miss with Joey. But but it's not hit and miss with Design Air because these guys have been around for a long time. How long? Well, how about 1904? How about that? Now, these handsome repairmen haven't been around that long. These are all young, handsome, heavily muscled fellows. 1904 was when the business started. Seth Goldcamp is now the fourth generation family member that runs the business. Not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be, let me cough here for a moment.
This is the end of Design Air's run.
They're also the longest running sponsor on TMA.
Seth is texting me to cancel as we speak.
Well, you're not going to want to cancel your furnace because it's going to get cold again. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Design Air brings the heat. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today and the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passions Flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come into him, see him at Michael's, and you're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best product for you, not just push what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They have it all. The carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring in 3 easy-to-get-to locations. They're in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. College basketball action right here on 101 ESPN this evening with North Carolina taking on Clemson. Pregame at 5:30, tip-off at 6. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
You know, I have gone to management and said Jackson should be terminated for the insubordination in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. But somehow this Boots Randolph is healing my pain.
It's so good.
This is yakety.
It keeps right on a hurtin' is what the name of this song is.
It keeps right on a hurtin'?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about a rogue Sibian.
I don't think so.
That would hurt.
Doug, my handsome King Bryant at Design Air helps me sleep comfortably at night.
Oh, really?
Just imagine him and those little booties and some shrimply pibbles. He's having a big show.
Yeah, he is.
Still hasn't sent in a picture of his wife since I picked Mississippi State to beat Missouri in November.
Doesn't have a wife.
Oh, you don't think so?
No. These guys are all incels.
It could be the title of the 10 o'clock hour. Looks like Chairman Kurt's writing it down as we speak. These guys are all incels. Now, people are going to see that when they start to podcast and go, oh, they're talking about themselves.
Right.
But see, I think that's what makes us so relatable to the audience. We also involuntarily are celibate.
Yeah, right.
And we're meat and potatoes guys.
Thank you.
It's endearing.
Yeah. Oh, these guys also don't get to have sex?
Yeah.
Well, listen, here's the deal. The content's been so rich today that we are on short segment watch, Doug. I mean, that's just it's transparency in media is what they call it, so we got a break. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at about 10:55. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I have to tell you, I'm really enjoying this.
Wabash Cannonball.
Bingo. Doug nailed it.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling came up with this promotion in January to give away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. And then this gentleman sitting on your right, Doug, his name's Jason Gossrau of Schaefer Door Company.
Hello.
Said, you know what? I think I want to do the same thing, but do it with my business, Schaefer Door. And here he is in studio, the Stifel Studios, is Jason Gossrau. Jason, wonderful idea. And the volume of emails coming in, people vying for this garage door from Schaefer Door Company, absolutely astounding. Chet's neighbor got it yesterday. Jackson will announce the winner coming up at 10:55 today. Tip of the cap to you, sir.
Well, I'm sure, but all I did was rip off Seth's idea, so I really didn't do a whole lot other than take his lead and run with it. So thanks to Seth
thank you,
for
Seth.
generating the idea to begin with. But,
And they're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now talking about how good the cologne is, I guess, of the servicemen from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, you've never talked about their scent, have you?
No, I have not. We talk about what they look like, but never what they smell
we
like.
wouldn't do something inappropriate like talking about their scent. We just talk about their appearance and whether or not they're bold and daring. But let's talk about your guys.
Yeah, what do they look like?
Doug is going to keep breaking his garage door.
yeah, it has gotten awkward. I've had to step in and actually I'm the only one that can go to Doug's house now.
Oh, yeah.
It's predatory over there.
It really is.
Schaefer Door is the name of the business. Longtime TMA sponsor and the podcast sponsor here on 101 ESPN, giving away garage door to the winner of the email of the month. So give the what this looks like, because, you know, I'm a carport guy. But then they have plenty of people in the audience who are fabulously wealthy. Doug doesn't believe that, but you have people with multiple garage doors. So how would it work, Jason?
Yeah, so we don't care how many doors you have. You could have 17 doors on your house.
Really?
However, we are going to cap it at $5,000. So anything above and beyond that, the winner will be responsible to pay. But we'll walk you through the whole process. $5,000 gets most houses in the St. Louis area 2 brand new, really nice doors.
Wow. All right. Okay.
And openers. Yeah, and openers as well. So usually when the door's ready to go, the opener is as well. So we're gonna take care of all of that for you.
How about that?
Very nice.
2 garage doors, 5,000. That's nice. That's real nice.
What's the biggest home you've ever done in St. Louis? How many garages did they have?
We did 6 doors on a former athlete's home here in the St. Louis area. Yeah,
Probably
so
lived
that
right
was
by Francis Park, if I had to guess.
So he moved out, he got
good.
traded, he got cut. What happened to him?
No, he's still sticking
Still
around.
there?
Yeah,
Okay.
and he just needed new doors.
6 of them.
Yeah, yes. So that was probably the most doors on a single home. Now, commercial buildings, we do the great big tall doors as we talk about. So on commercial buildings, we've done 25.
Now, how many doors are you doing on carports?
Not a lot on carports proper. Occasionally, people will frame in and close their carports and turn them into garages, and then we will put a garage door on there.
Nice. American Dream.
Yeah. Tax returns or something.
Want
I'm
a
not
scratch
sure.
off ticket?
That's how it gets done. It's Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER door.com. Schaefer Door Company. In the background on the business, you've been doing this for a while, right?
Yeah, 7 years I've been in the business. I've been in the trades for another 20 years before that, in a different capacity. But yeah, found this garage door company to buy Schaefer Door. Mr. Schaefer was retiring and didn't have an exit strategy other than to try to sell it. So I kind of stumbled into it and found it and bought it from him, and we went back in 2019. Had one kind of solid year, and then all hell broke loose with COVID.
Yeah.
Everybody was getting checks, and everybody was spending it on their homes, and it was a wild ride there for a while.
I don't know if you saw this, but an email was sent to both of us here a moment ago. I guess in the 9 o'clock hour. Jason said, "Just wanted to say how happy we were with your service. You have a classy, trustworthy, and skilled Garage Door Company. And that is from a gentleman by the name of Brian Dunsmore, who I guess just worked with Schaefer Door Company and on his own just sent this to us, to both me and you, Jason.
Yeah.
So people,
we were happy to help him. He had a family member hit his door, and he was somewhat embarrassed by it. But we deal with that more than you would ever know. People are constantly hitting their doors. They think it's up, it's not all the way up.
Yeah.
They think it's down, and they whack it pretty good. And usually we can get it back into place pretty quick and easy. Sometimes not so much. Sometimes it takes a replacement.
And so if that's the case, just write in some wonderful emails here over the next month. And the next thing you know, the garage door is taken care of. And Jason will be out there in April, and he's going to put the new garage door in.
Yeah. Doug, yours is getting to that age. You might consider just sending some emails off to the side, maybe.
I thought about that, but you fixed it so well that it works perfectly now.
Yeah.
What is the age where a garage door meets its maker?
20 years, anything above 20 years. And
I'm at 30.
Wow, are you really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you fixed it.
Right. And we can definitely limp them along. They will start to crack and break. The steel breaks down over time. And eventually it's time to say goodbye. But technically we can limp them along for quite a while, if they really want to. It might not look
what
great.
I'm doing. I'm limping.
Yeah, no, and that's
the spring is
perfectly
broken
legitimate.
a couple times. That's usually what goes, isn't it? The spring.
Right. Yeah, and that's an easy replacement. That happens all the time, and so we probably replace 15 springs a day throughout the metro area. Yeah. Really? So that happens all the time. That has nothing to do with your door being ready to meet its maker necessarily.
But the springs seem to often go even when the door's not in operation.
Correct. Yeah.
How does that happen?
The steel's just breaking down, and what often triggers it, if it's not actually in motion, is an extreme temperature change. So if it goes from warm to cold is the most common one. So if it gets real cold, those things will start snapping like the Dickens.
Nice.
But it'll also happen if they go from cold to warm and extreme, like the thing we're in now, where we're going to go back and forth between hot and cold for the next couple months.
It's good for business, isn't it?
It is good for business, yes. Not good for the customers.
Because I had
out
one
there,
break like in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It makes a big noise.
Yes.
You wonder,
really?
What in the hell was that?
Yeah, it happens all the time. People don't even know it, and they'll run their door. Their opener sometimes will lift the door. It's not good for the opener, but they won't even realize it for a couple, 3 days sometimes. They won't even know that it's broken. But yeah, no, that happens, but the doors themselves, you'll get a good 20 years out of them. Same with the openers.
If you want a brand new garage door, win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition this month. And Jason Gossrau, our guest here in the Stifel studios of Schaefer Door, will give you a brand new garage door up to $5,000. And as we learned, Doug, in the St. Louis area, 2 garage doors in St. Louis up to $5,000. How about that?
And somebody had 6 garage doors.
No.
I did have one thing I wanted to share. I have
what do we got?
I had meetings this morning. I had an operational meeting and a sales meeting, and I brought up this, as part of just updating the employees on what we had going on. I brought up that we were doing this promotion this month, and I mean the amount of people of my employees that said how much good feedback we get and how many calls we get from this show.
Really?
Is astounding. I mean, it was both of them. They were separate meetings, operations and sales, and they both were like, oh, yeah, you got to keep doing that. The TMA, everybody mentions the TMA radio, and we had somebody text in the other day and several emails. So it led me, it kind of inspired a question, kind of a QFTA-style question.
Doug unfortunately doesn't
take a lot of questions. But, from you, maybe.
Did you ever consider doing this show on something other than a low-powered AM radio station prior to when you did? And if so, what happened? And if not, why not? Because I think, and my point is, we get a lot of good feedback since you guys have switched over to 101. Mm-hmm. And so I was just thought, well, maybe you guys should have done FM, high-powered FM radio.
I think Doug just he decided to answer a question, and he answered it very accurately and concisely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They didn't want any part of us.
Right.
Fair enough. Yeah. I just thought I would ask. It's like, well, why didn't they do this sooner?
Yeah.
And I guess that's the answer.
Yeah. You know what they say, Doug? It takes 2 to tanga. Isn't that what they say? It takes 2 to tanga?
Yeah. So
it's about to
that's what just happened over there. It sounded like you vomited.
Yeah. Well, I vomited a little bit at the thought of
You just blew groceries?
I'm just so happy to have Jason from Schaefer Door Company in here.
All right.
When in doubt, reset.
It took about 17 years before any station would say, okay, I guess we'll try.
That's it. Yeah. I think it probably cut years off my life. Met a lot of unique people in the industry along the way to get to this place. But, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Hindsight being 2020, you should have done it sooner. Maybe.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's probably a comment more for the people that run the radio stations around town than for us.
Yeah. Well,
the show was a little bit more risque at one point.
Yeah, Doug prided himself on his promiscuity, and so Jackson and I will be like, "Hey, man,
tone it down."
Yeah, exactly.
And I couldn't do it because I'm forever Randy.
Put that off. Jason, we appreciate the kind words on the program. Thank you, and thank you for the promotion. It is a wonderful idea. I'm tipping my cap to either way if you're just saying I ripped off Seth, but we welcome a business owner to rip you and Seth off and take over April, because as we were talking about before you're on the air, you're probably getting talked about here, I don't know, 50, 100 times a week with this garage door promotion.
Yes, no, and I appreciate you all and what you do for Schaefer Door. We love being a part of the show and having you guys talk about us. So thank you, thank the show, and all you business owners out there. You definitely need to consider working it out. I had James in here yesterday. He's my insurance guy too, and I thought that was a good idea that he should give away 10 years of free insurance.
I just think that's reasonable.
Yes, I do too.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe 9 if he wants to cut it down, but 10
people are playing bumper cars in the middle of the street. I got free insurance, baby.
I'm free rolling. Jason, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
That's Jason Gossrau, Schaefer Door Company. The big prize for the email of the month this year, schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. To McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt has gone to upload the podcast, I guess, and Jackson Burkett with you. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success, and that's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
You like this one?
Yeah, this is kind of bouncy.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Stifel, the sponsor of the studios here on the program. And Jackson, what do we got? Market moves?
Yeah. It's, our friends at Stifel present market moves.
Mm-hmm. Take a listen to this, Doug.
Okay.
Listen to this pre-pro that Jackson put together.
Yeah. You're going to have to give me just a brief.
Oh, well, then I'll tell people about James Carlton.
Okay. Boy, timing is everything, fellas.
314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton makes market moves. He makes you save money. And then you can take that money and put it into the market. That's James Carlton, who's been my insurance agent now for 7 years. Jackson just made the switch last month. Jamie Rivers, BK, they've made the switch. We recommend you make the switch as well. James has been talking about the ability to save people money on auto insurance like he has never seen in his 18-year career. And James just doesn't pop into the studio or give me bullet points and say, every day, yeah, you can save money. No. But here over the last few months, absolutely. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You're going to see 450 plus 5-star reviews for the customer service he provides. It's carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton, my insurance agent.
How
about that?
Gosh, I don't know that I like this.
Is that Cardi B?
What's Jackson doing in there?
I was just, laying some tracks down.
Yeah. And you went to the lab?
Yeah. Well, that's where I cook, yeah.
He cooks in the lab.
It's a studio, and you're just saying market. And you market. And that requires a lot of work on your part, does it?
Yeah. Well, it's elbow grease.
It's time for Market Moves, presented by Stifel, where we size up some of the biggest storylines in sports and decide which ones we're backing, dropping, or watching. We bring the take. Stifel brings the steady perspective. Doug, let's break down the moves that matter. Okay. Today, Jackie Papers has this topic, which I think is you're going to be all over college football coaches in 2030.
2030?
Yeah. This is one
I'm
certainly watching.
The Athletic has a column up today written by Ralph Russo, who it'd be fun to get him on.
I don't know.
To kind of give his
Talk
his
Karate
insight.
Kid.
He says he's got every Power 4 football coach's head coach in 2030, Doug.
What a ridiculous thing to waste your time on.
So you're not backing this?
I'm not backing. I'm dropping it. Isn't that one of the choices?
Yeah.
I think that's a mistake. I think you're going to regret not buying up.
How are we going to know?
Wait till you hear what he's got for Missouri.
Okay.
Brett Bielema will be the coach at Illinois in 2030, according to Ralph Russo.
Yeah, I would think so.
Buying that.
You're buying that?
Yeah, I think Bielema's in for the long haul.
I mean, almost anybody who's currently coaching still being there in 2030
I know,
is
it's
up
like
for...
under 50% likelihood.
Who was the darling of the SEC 2 seasons ago? Your boy.
Yeah, Drink Daddy?
No. Shane Beamer.
Oh, the worst.
Yes.
Yeah.
Play your boy.
Yeah.
And now I was just reading a column on ESPN.com that he is on the hot seat going,
he's got his hard luggage packed.
And especially college football.
Yeah.
Where it's a week-to-week existence. Doug, who do you think is going to be coaching those Fighting Tigers in 2030, according to Ralph Russo sources?
Well, Drinkwitz has extensions until about 2040, I think. So I would say him.
You're out of your effing mind.
Well, who else would be nominated as a likely person?
Blake Baker. Blake Baker's the answer.
I don't know.
Erstwhile defensive coordinator for the Tigers.
Erstwhile.
Okay.
Baker returns to Mizzou for his first head coaching job after helping Lane Kiffin reach a playoff or two.
No, he doesn't. Market. I don't like that production either. So where's Drinkwitz going? Why would he go somewhere else?
Great question. I got the answer for you.
Okay.
And boy, what a scene it's going to be in November of 2030 when Eli Drinkwitz returns to Faroe Field in the north end zone as the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners.
Oh, Lord.
Yep, he is Boomer Sooner. Oklahoma, timing is everything in life. If there had been as much coaching movement in 2024 after Drinkwitz knocked out a second straight double-digit victory season at Mizzou, maybe he already would be in a new gig. We think he's got another big season in him, and it will align him with the Oklahoma Sooners heading back to the market. Goodbye, Brent Venables. Hello, Eli Drinkwitz.
Okay.
You're now the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners. And here comes Barry Switzer. And here comes Bob Stoops. And here comes Eli Drinkwitz.
You forgot Bud Wilkinson. He's just guessing on this stuff. He's absolutely making up stories.
Yeah, if I'm
Just
probably,
to get a website going.
probably dropping the idea of Drink taking over the Oklahoma job. Blake Baker taking over the Missouri job. Now that's
See,
interesting.
Jackson's buying.
I'm buying that.
Drinkwitz isn't going anywhere.
Well, a lot can change by 2030.
Well, it can, but we already have his successor named.
Yep.
Yeah,
Blake Baker.
It's Blake Baker.
We just reported it.
I know. I don't like it. Market. Oh, my timing's off.
That's why you're not in my seat.
Yeah.
Alabama, by the way, is going to be coached by John Summerall.
How do we?
Yeah, John Summerall?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pat?
I can see
Pat?
it.
No, John, Florida.
Oh.
This was at Tulane.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a quick ascension.
Yeah, congratulations to him. But Brett Bielema holding steady at ILL.
Doug, you're worried about South Carolina and Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer out in 2030. In goes Glenn Schumann.
Of course.
Glenn Schumann has been on a hot coordinator list for a couple of years now.
Okay.
I don't know if he means like right now or in 2028, 2029, he'll be on the hot list for coordinators.
Dan Lanning going anywhere?
I've not gotten to Dan Lanning, but I can tell you Lane Kiffin is still at LSU in 2030. This is fun to be able to
not
travel.
That fun. Is this guy some sort of soothsayer?
He's got
Lanning's still in Eugene.
Yeah, look at the Ohio State coach though, Tim, right above Oregon. Very interesting right there.
Former St. Louis Ram James Laurinaitis is the head coach in Columbus.
Really? I'm buying that.
Why would you buy that?
Because I love James Laurinaitis.
Is he coaching now? He's a great guy. Is he coaching anywhere now?
I love Ella Reese. I don't think she's going to be on the sidelines.
He's the linebackers coach for Ohio State.
Okay.
He's in the program already. He's the all-time leading tackler in Rams history.
He was our go-to interview when they were really horrible.
Yeah.
He would stand there and
It's a nice
talk forever.
title to have.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, buying that.
Man, this is good. This is fun.
Why would Day leave that job if he's making $10 million a year?
It's not a job you would leave, I would think. Either get fired
They're
or
great
something
every year.
off the field.
Ohio
Yes, I
State is
agree.
great every single
We'll
year.
bring it up with Ralph Macchio. Who
Well,
wrote
maybe
this?
I
Ralph
will if I see
Russo.
him.
Ralph Russo.
Why would anyone leave that job?
You wouldn't. You get fired.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says he was supposed to interview Cardi B at the AVNs, but she stiffed him.
Okay, because she had no interest. Market. Doggone my timing's
You're not
off.
there yet, man.
Stifel Market Moves here on TMA. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Your reaction to Eli Drinkwitz, head coach at
We
Oklahoma.
don't know any of this.
Blake Baker coming back to Columbia. I wonder how that press conference is going to go. Who's going to ask him the question about leaving in his Wolf of Wall Street meme?
This is some guy with tarot cards did this?
Is that Miss Cleo?
I don't know who it is.
Dionne Warwick was involved, I think. We'll look into it for tomorrow's show. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town, to a triple blend of spirit but a single purpose of community, to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phones, to a genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. You know, that makes me think that's something I want to do over the weekend, is gather a bunch of my friends and have a toast with some Tullamore Dew, and toast to, you know, good health and just having people in your life that you care about and can share a beverage with. And that beverage would be Tullamore Dew. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade, Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. It's triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance in flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly. This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow, taking on the Seattle Kraken. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, here you go. Day 2 of the month of March. You heard from Jason Gossrau this hour, the owner of Schaefer Door Company, with his promo, which is a $5,000 brand new garage door, or 2 doors, depending on what you've got at your home. Either way, you're going to get a brand new garage door. Jackson Burkett has the winner after yesterday. Chet's neighbor won to get the first point. Who gets the second point?
In a tightly contested race, Toby picks up the
Toby! Wow. Chet's neighbor and Toby, Doug, 2 brand new emailers here into the program. They've got a point apiece as we head into day 3 tomorrow. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson Burkett. For Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stifel Studios.